There are old stories that do not begin with heroes, but with a void, and with the quiet certainty that something ancient is already awake within it. Hello, and welcome. Tonight, let the world outside grow distant. Settle in, get comfortable, and allow yourself to drift gently away from the noise of the day. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight. I always love to see how far these stories travel through the dark, and from which quiet corners of the earth we gather together. And if you enjoy these slow, immersive stories made to help you relax, unwind, and fall asleep, be sure to subscribe so you can return for more journeys like this one. Tonight, we enter the shadowed world of Nordic folklore, a place of frost and fire, of whispers carried through pine forests, of gods who sought wisdom in darkness, and of prophecies that even heaven could not escape. So, lower the lights, settle beneath the blankets, and let us wander together into the old north, where the night is deep and the stories are older than memory. Before the gods had their halls, before the first ship cut a silver wound through the northern sea, before kings traced their pride to divine blood and poets set memory into meter, there was a silence so complete that even silence had not yet learned its own name. In the old northern imagination, the world did not begin with a gentle unfolding, but with a tension, a waiting, a charged emptiness known as Ginnungagap, the yawning gap. It was not nothing in the cold, modern sense. It was a deep and potent void, full of the possibility of becoming, a place where the first opposites leaned toward one another across immeasurable dark. To one side lay Niflheim, the realm of mist, chill, and primal ice. To the other burned Muspelheim, the world of heat and destructive fire. Between them hung the gap, and in that meeting of frost and flame the first life stirred. This cosmogony is preserved most clearly in Völuspá and in Snorri's prose, Edda, though both come to us through later medieval Icelandic texts. If you want to tell the story of Nordic folklore accurately, you cannot begin with Vikings as horn-helmeted raiders, nor with modern fantasy's bright and polished gods. You must begin where the old stories begin, in a universe that feels raw, unstable, and dangerous, where order is precious because it is temporary, where wisdom costs blood, where even the gods live beneath a prophecy they cannot escape. The Norse mythic world was never a soft world. It was a world of winter horizons, black waters, long memory, and short lives. Its stories were shaped among peoples of Scandinavia and the wider North Germanic world, especially in and around the Viking Age, and survive most fully in Icelandic manuscripts, written down after conversion to Christianity. That means every tale reaches us across distance and change, bearing both pagan inheritance and later interpretation. Yet despite those filters, the pulse of the older world view still beats through them, a cosmos suspended between creation and catastrophe, vitality and doom, feast and funeral pyre. From the thawing venomous rivers of ice, under the assault of Muspelheim's heat, rose the first giant, Ymir. He was not a maker, but a being of terrible and fertile magnitude. Ancestor to the Jotnar, the giants who in Norse tradition are not merely oversized monsters, but primal beings, often older than the gods themselves, bound to chaos, wilderness, and the untamed powers at the edges of order. As Ymir slept, more life came from him, unsettling and strange, a sign that the first age of existence was not cleanly formed, but monstrous, self-generating, and dangerous. Beside him appeared the cosmic cow, Audumla, who licked the salty rhinestones and nourished the giant with her milk. As she licked the ice, another figure emerged, Buri, forefather of the gods. There is something profoundly northern in this image. Creation not as decree, but as abrasion, the slow revealing of form from frost, as though the universe itself had to be uncovered by persistence. Buri's line led to Bor, and from Bor came Odin and his brothers, usually named Vili and Ve. Here already the central drama of Nordic myth begins to take shape. The gods do not create the world from nothing. They seize it. They kill Ymir, and from his body they fashion the ordered cosmos. His flesh becomes the earth, his blood the seas, his bones the mountains, his teeth and shattered fragments the stones, his skull the sky, his brains the clouds. The world is not built from gentle clay, but from the remains of a slain primordial being. The very ground beneath human feet is the transformed corpse of ancient chaos. That is one of the deepest truths in Norse myth. Order is founded on violence, and the world, however beautiful, never entirely escapes the memory of what it was made from. The old stories are not embarrassed by this. They do not try to smooth the edges. They tell you plainly that creation itself bears the scar of killing. Then came arrangement, division, naming. The sons of Bor lifted the earth into place and set the heavens above it. The sun and moon were assigned their courses. Time began to move in circles that could be watched and counted. Day and night became knowable. In the old poems, this moment matters because the world becomes not only inhabited, but legible. To exist is one thing, to be measured is another. Myth here becomes an answer to one of humanity's oldest anxieties. How can life proceed unless the heavens keep their paths? In the north, where light and darkness themselves swing so dramatically through the year, cosmic order would never have felt abstract. The return of dawn, the discipline of the seasons, the promise that after snow and blackness there would be green again. These were not trivial comforts. They were the pattern by which hope survived. Völuspá presents the gods as establishing places for the heavenly bodies, and later summaries of Norse cosmology treat this ordering as a foundational act in the making of the world. At the center of that world stood Yggdrasil, the immense world tree, the axis that bound together realms seen and unseen. We often hear today of the 9 worlds, and though medieval sources are not always tidy or systematic about listing them in one fixed way, the image of a world tree linking divine, human, and underworld domains is one of the most enduring ideas in Norse cosmology. Yggdrasil was more than scenery. It was existence made living wood. Beneath and around it moved waters, serpents, eagles, stags, and the quiet, inexorable powers of fate. It joined heaven and earth, life and death, present and prophecy. The tree is associated with Odin's self-sacrifice, with wells of wisdom, and with the survival of life beyond Ragnarök. It is one of the clearest signs that Norse myth, for all its harshness, also imagined continuity, regeneration, and hidden endurance. Near Yggdrasil, in shadow and inevitability, were the Norns, beings of fate who shape or proclaim the destinies of gods and men. Later tradition often names them as Urdur, Verdandi, and Skuld, figures linked to what has been, what is becoming, and what is owed or yet to come. They are not sentimental. In Norse imagination, fate is not a comforting script written for one's happiness. It is a law more ancient than preference, more durable than desire. Even Odin, wisest and most restless of the gods, is not free from it. That is one reason the northern stories feel so starkly adult. Power does not erase doom. Knowledge does not guarantee escape. Greatness lies not in avoiding the end, but in meeting it with steadiness, cunning, honor, and, when possible, defiance. The Norns embody that logic. They do not ask whether the tale will end, only how. And now, if we are to understand Nordic folklore not as a stack of disconnected monster tales, but as a living historical imagination, we must pause and look at the people who carried these stories. The religion and myth of the Norse-speaking world belong to a broader Germanic tradition, developing over long centuries before Christianization. It was not preserved for us as a single scripture. No northern Bible of the gods existed. Instead, belief lived in poetry, cult practice, seasonal observance, place memory, oral tradition, and the authority of those who could recite, perform, interpret, or invoke. Some stories were likely known widely, others were local. Some varied from region to region, from Denmark to Norway to Sweden to Iceland and beyond. This matters because when people today ask for the whole story of Nordic folklore, they are asking for something that was never originally one single, unified, canonical narrative. What survives is a web. Myths of gods, heroic legends, beliefs about the dead, stories of land spirits, witchcraft, shape-shifting, omens, fate, elves, dwarfs, trolls, giants, prophetic women, and revenants. The Eddas are central, but folklore also extends beyond them into saga literature and later Scandinavian folk tradition. That web was spoken into long winters. Imagine it now. Turf halls breathing smoke into starved northern air, wool cloaks steaming near the fire, the smell of fish oil, wet leather, iron, and pine. Outside, darkness pressing close around the farmstead. Somewhere beyond the ring of light, the sea grinding against stone, or snow moving across open land, or a fox crying in the distance, like something not entirely of this world. In that environment, the boundary between myth and daily life would never have felt as rigid as modern people assume. The landscape itself encouraged belief. Mountain mist could look inhabited. A burial mound could seem wakeful. A storm had personality. A dream might carry warning. Luck could cling to a family. A man might be thought to have second sight. A woman skilled in cedar, the often ambiguous and potent magic associated in the sources with prophecy and altered knowing, might be treated with awe, need, or suspicion. The Old North was not merely full of stories. It was a world in which stories were one of the main ways reality was interpreted. And above all, the figures who move through this cosmos. One stands out not because he is simplest, but because he is least simple. Odin is not the clean and shining king of a children's pantheon. He is a wanderer, schemer, ruler, war god, poem thief, rune seeker, one-eyed god of kingship, frenzy, sacrifice, and wisdom bought at terrible cost. He gives the Norse world one of its defining tones, the sense that truth is hidden, that speech matters, that names matter, that ecstasy and terror may stand close together. Odin's hunger is never satisfied. He wants the runes. He wants prophecy. He wants the dead heroes of Valhalla. He wants knowledge of the end, though he cannot prevent it. In later chapters, we will dwell fully on him, but even here in the beginning, he must be felt, because no guide through Norse myth can avoid his shadow. He is not simply a god in the world. He is one of the minds by which the world is interpreted. Snorri's prose, Edda, and the poems of the Edda tradition make him central to the mythological order, while also preserving the unease around him. Yet Odin is not the whole North. One of the great mistakes in modern retellings is to flatten Norse mythology into a small set of famous names: Odin, Thor, Loki, and Ragnarök. Those names matter immensely, but Nordic folklore is broader, stranger, and more intimate. It contains the high myth of the gods, yes, but also the low light around the threshold. It contains the dread of the unquiet dead, the fear that the land itself is peopled, the possibility that beauty may hide peril, that generosity may avert invisible anger, that not all beings wish to be seen, and that even after formal conversion to Christianity, older presences might remain stubbornly alive in custom and imagination. The mythic age and the folk age are not the same thing, but in the North they echo each other. The giant of cosmogony and the troll of the mountain are not identical, yet they belong to a related way of sensing the world, one in which wilderness is ancient, person-like, and not naturally friendly to human claims. This is why the story of Nordic folklore must be told slowly. It is not merely a gallery of beings, it is a worldview shaped by edge conditions, edge of winter and spring, edge of sea and rock, edge of settlement and waste, edge of life and death, edge of memory and prophecy. The myths do not deny fear, they ritualize it. They do not erase suffering, they give it pattern. They do not promise permanence, they teach endurance. Even the gods live under sentence, and perhaps that is why human courage matters so much in Northern legend. A brave act shines brighter when the cosmos itself is mortal. A feast is warmer when doom is outside the walls. A poem matters more when oblivion is near. In this, Norse mythology offers something different from traditions centered on stable, eternal order. Here the order is real, but fragile. The world holds because it is continually under threat. That tension gives the stories their cold fire. In the old accounts, the first humans were made from trees found on the shore, driftwood or trunks shaped by divine hands into living beings. Odin and his brothers give them breath, consciousness, appearance, and perhaps fate. The symbolism is fitting. Humanity does not emerge in these myths as a detached species set above the world, but as something fashioned from the materials of the world itself, brought into being within a cosmos already ancient, dangerous, and occupied. Humans are made late. They arrive after giants, after gods, after the ordering of sun and sea. They are not the center of creation so much as one fragile estate within it. Midgard, the human world, is enclosed and protected, but not absolutely. Outside are the giant realms, the wilderness, the deep. At sea, beneath earth, beyond the known, powers older than human settlement endure. That sense of enclosure against threat will become one of the deepest psychological structures of Northern storytelling. Home is precious because outside is real, and always, from the very beginning, the ending is present. This is the final thing you must understand as we open the door into Nordic folklore. The myths of the North are not marching toward eternal stability. They are moving toward Ragnarök, the doom of the gods, the final battle, the collapse of the known order. Sources describe it as a sequence of catastrophes culminating in the deaths of major gods and the ruin of the world, followed by renewal and rebirth. The wolf breaks loose, fire rises, bonds fail, the sea and sky are undone. Yet the story does not end in pure annihilation. A renewed world follows, green again, and some gods survive or return. This is not optimism in any easy sense. It is something sterner. It is the conviction that destruction and renewal are intertwined, that endings are woven into beginnings, and that the world born from Ymir's broken body still contains within itself the promise of another dawn beyond disaster. So, that is where we begin, in the gap between frost and fire, under the roots of the world tree, in a universe where fate already waits beside the cradle. We begin in a world made from a corpse and sustained by memory, in halls lit against winter, in stories spoken aloud because darkness pressed too closely for silence. The Nordic imagination did not give its people a painless cosmos. It gave them a meaningful one. It told them that wisdom has a price, that names preserve power, that order is hard won, that the dead are not always gone, that the land may be older than your claim to it, and that even doomed beings can act with magnificence. From this beginning all the rest will follow. The gods in their splendor and weakness, the trickster who unsettles the world, the hammer-wielding defender of gods and men, the binding of monsters, the death of beauty, the coming of the end, and then the long after echo in Scandinavian folklore, where elves still move at the edge of fields, and the mountain still keeps its own counsel. For now, hold only the first image in mind. Not a throne, not a battle, not a hero, but a void, breathing, waiting, while ice leans toward fire. Once the world had been raised out of the body of Ymir, and the great architecture of sky, sea, and earth had been set into place, the old northern imagination did not picture the universe as settled in any final sense. Order had been made, yes, but it was newly made, and all new things are vulnerable. The gods themselves did not inhabit a flawless heaven beyond danger. They lived within the same strained cosmos they had fashioned, surrounded by powers older than they were, bound by fate they had not written, and watched, always, by the horizon of things yet to come. In this world, divinity was not the absence of risk. It was a higher and more terrible participation in it. The main divine community in Norse myth is usually called the Aesir, a group associated especially with power, rule, warfare, and the management of cosmic order, though the surviving sources also preserve another divine group, the Vanir, more strongly linked with fertility, prosperity, and well-being. The distinction is real, but not absolute, and the myths preserve both rivalry and eventual integration between them. At the center of the Aesir stands Odin, and if the northern gods have a mood, much of that mood comes from him. He is difficult in exactly the way the old stories prefer their highest powers to be difficult. Later medieval sources present him as chief of the gods in Scandinavia, near the end of the pagan period, but they also make clear that his nature was never simple to define. He is a god of war, but not merely of battle, noise, and charging men. He is a god of the dead, of poets, of rulers, of ecstatic knowledge, of magic, of runes, of cunning, of sacrifice, of things half seen and half understood. He does not feel like a divine father in the soft sense modern audiences often expect. He feels like an intelligence moving restlessly through the world, willing to pay dreadful prices for insight, and willing, at times, to make others pay them too. That complexity is one reason Odin dominates so much of the mythic atmosphere. He is both the guardian of order and the one who most clearly reveals how unstable order is. It matters that Odin is one-eyed. In the old stories, this is not an incidental visual flourish, but an argument about wisdom. He is said to have sacrificed an eye for a drink from Mimir's well, a source of deep knowledge associated with one of the roots of Yggdrasil. The image is unforgettable because it tells you immediately what kind of universe this is. Wisdom is not a gift placed politely in the hand. It is a bargain, and the bargain leaves a wound. Odin sees more because he has lost more. Knowledge is purchased through diminishment. This is one of the governing truths of Norse myth. Repeated in different forms across different tales, the richest understanding comes at a cost, and those who seek the hidden workings of things must leave part of themselves behind. Even the ruler of the gods cannot simply demand revelation. He must bleed for it, and yet even that sacrifice does not satisfy him. Odin is never portrayed as a being who reaches wisdom and rests. He is driven by appetite for more. He seeks out prophecy. He questions the dead. He gathers knowledge not because knowledge will free him from fate, but because he cannot bear not to know. This makes him in some ways the most tragic of the gods. Thor can meet danger with strength. Freya can radiate prosperity and peace. But Odin must look into the shape of things, even when the shape is ruin. He wants the truth about the world, and the world's truth includes the end of the gods. There is a terrible dignity in that hunger, and also a terrible loneliness. To know what cannot be averted is a distinctly northern burden. Odin carries it not as a philosopher seated in safety, but as a ruler who builds his plans under the shadow of doom. There is another famous sacrifice attached to him, one even more severe in its symbolism. In the old tradition, Odin hangs himself upon the world tree, wounded by a spear, sacrificing himself to himself in pursuit of the runes. For modern audiences, the runes are too often reduced to an alphabet, decorative signs carved into wood, stone, or jewelry. But in Norse tradition, they carry a deeper charge. They are letters, yes, but also bearers of hidden force, linked in the sources to knowledge, incantation, and power. For Odin to win them through self-suspension on Yggdrasil means that language itself, the art of naming and shaping, belongs to the realm of ordeal. Speech is not trivial in the Old North. A poem can immortalize, an oath can bind, a curse can cling, a carved sign can protect, invoke, or mark. The god who becomes lord of poetry and runes does so by entering suffering rather than standing above it. Around Odin, the other gods gather, and one of the most important things to understand is that Norse myth does not offer a neatly harmonious heavenly court. The gods quarrel, bargain, travel, deceive, love, make mistakes, and depend upon one another in unstable ways. The Aesir are not abstract moral perfections. They are personalities under pressure. Frigg, Odin's wife, is among the principal goddesses and appears in the old tradition as a figure of high status and far-seeing dignity. Thor, Odin's son in later tradition, is the thunderer and one of the most beloved gods, defender of gods and humans alike. Tyr is an older war god of striking gravity. Baldr shines with a beauty and goodness that the myths will not let remain untouched. Heimdall stands watch. Loki moves among them as a disruptive and brilliant force, at once useful and dangerous. Together they form not a static pantheon, but a tense society, a divine household in which every relationship has consequences. If Odin gives Norse mythology its haunted intelligence, Thor gives it its heartbeat. Even before we devote a later chapter fully to him, he must be felt here as part of the early balance of the cosmos. Thor is thunder, storm, force, protection. He is often more straightforward than Odin, though never simplistic. In the surviving tradition, he is the champion who confronts giants, blesses boundaries, and acts as a bulwark against chaos. His hammer, Mjolnir, has become the best-known symbol of the old religion, and with reason. Thor's role is deeply bound to the defense of the ordered world. Where Odin seeks hidden knowledge, Thor meets threat head-on. Where Odin schemes, Thor strikes. This contrast between the subtle god and the strong god is one of the major internal rhythms of Norse myth, and it keeps the divine world from ever becoming one note. Order needs both the mind that foresees and the arm that defends. But even the Aesir are not the whole of divinity. The sources also speak of the Vanir, gods associated more especially with wealth, fertility, health, prosperity, and the flourishing side of life. The old material preserves the memory of conflict between Aesir and Vanir, a war that no side could fully win. Eventually peace is made, hostages are exchanged, and the divine orders are joined in a new arrangement. Njordr and his children Freya and probably Freyja come to dwell among the Aesir, while figures including Hönir and Mimir go the other way in the exchange traditions preserve. Scholars have long taken interest in this myth because it may preserve a memory of differing cultic emphasis or religious strata, though the exact historical meaning remains debated. Within the stories themselves, though, the lesson is plain enough. Divine order in the North is composite. It is not born from purity, but from negotiated coexistence. War and fertility, kingship and abundance, the spear and the harvest, all belong to the world that must somehow hold together. That coexistence is one reason Nordic folklore feels so rich when read slowly. The world of the gods is not merely about victory over enemies. It is also about the maintenance of conditions under which life can continue. Njordr is associated with prosperity and the sea's beneficence. Freyja is linked to fertility, peace, and good seasons, and seems to have been among the most widely revered gods in parts of the north. Freyja, though more complex than any simple category, gathers into herself sexuality, beauty, wealth, and magic, especially the practice of Seda in later tradition. Through them, the divine realm opens out beyond battle and kingship into weather, crops, desire, plenty, and enchantment. That wider range matters if you want historical accuracy. The old religion was not only a warrior's religion, it also served farmers, fishers, households, lovers, rulers, and those who feared hunger more immediately than battle. The Vanir remind us that the sacred in the north had to answer to bread as well as blood, and still, around all these gods, the giants remain. This is essential. The Jötnar are not simply villains waiting off stage to be slain. They are primal beings, often possessed of their own knowledge, lineage, and terrible dignity. Many divine relationships cross the boundary between gods and giants. Odin himself is not unconnected from giant ancestry in the wider mythic family web, and several gods take giant women as partners. The line between cosmic order and primordial otherness is therefore constantly crossed, negotiated, and reasserted. The giants represent wildness, danger, old power, and the lands beyond enclosure, but they also carry wisdom and necessity. The gods oppose them, yet the gods also depend on what lies beyond their own walls. This is another reason Norse myth refuses tidy moral geometry. The enemy is rarely only external. Often the edge world is already inside the center. You can almost feel this dynamic if you picture Asgard not as an untouchable cloud palace, but as a bright and defended place whose brightness makes the outer dark more visible. The gods build halls, establish bonds, and define realms. Yet every wall implies a frontier. Beyond are Jötunheim and the untamed distances. And through those distances come challenges, seductions, riddles, and threats. In a landscape culture shaped by sea crossings, mountains, storms, and long winters, this tension between enclosure and exposure would have rung true at every level of life. A farmstead survives because its boundaries hold, but no boundary holds forever. A hall is warm because the night outside is bitter. The mythic structure reflects the lived structure. The cosmos itself feels like a ring of firelight around a darkness that is never fully banished. It is in this charged environment that Odin's character becomes clearest. He is not merely the king who presides. He is the one who prepares. Fallen warriors go to him in Valhalla, where later tradition imagines them gathered for the final conflict. This has often been romanticized into a simple warrior heaven, but the deeper implication is more severe. Odin gathers the dead because he knows a reckoning is coming. His hall is glorious, but its glory has an edge of military necessity. Feast and training stand together. Celebration is already preparation for catastrophe. The ravens associated with him, Hugin and Munin in the later tradition, signify thought and memory, and that pairing is exact. Odin rules through restless cognition and recollection. He sends mind into the world and receives the world back as report. Even his animals feel like extensions of his unease. His link to poetry is equally revealing. In the northern world, poetry is not ornamental. It is one of the chief technologies of memory, prestige, and survival. To compose and recite is to preserve names against oblivion, to encode values, to move emotion, to shape reputation across generations. Odin, as god of poets, is therefore not an odd side role beside war and death. It is of one piece with them. Battle wins fame, poetry keeps it from vanishing. A ruler needs victory, but also the word that turns victory into enduring meaning. In the mythic imagination, inspiration itself can be stolen, won, guarded, and distributed. This makes art part of the serious structure of the cosmos. Song is not luxury. It is how a mortal life stretches beyond its own brief hour. The more closely you look at the gods, the more clearly you see that Nordic folklore is built on exchange, cost, and uneasy balance. The Aesir and Vanir war ends not in perfect triumph, but in settlement. Odin gains wisdom, not as reward, but as mutilation. The runes come through ordeal. The walls of order stand only because force and intelligence both serve them. The giants menace the gods, yet wisdom and marriage tie the two sides together. Prosperity comes from deities not wholly of the same kind as the ruling war gods. Everywhere in the tradition, purity gives way to mixture, and stability gives way to negotiated endurance. This is not a flaw in the stories. It is one of their deepest strengths. They understand that worlds are not maintained by innocence. They are maintained by difficult arrangements between contrary powers. And beneath all this, fate remains. The gods are strong, radiant, feared, and worshipped, but none of that removes the future from its course. This does not make them weak in the stories. It makes them poignant. Their greatness lies partly in continuing anyway, making halls, forging bonds, winning knowledge, defending Midgard, blessing fertility, gathering courage, speaking prophecy, and holding order together for as long as it can be held. There is no naivety in this. The northern stories know the walls will one day break, yet they also know that the breaking is not the whole meaning of the wall. A thing need not last forever to be worthy of reverence. A hall may burn. It was still good that it stood. A season may fail. It was still holy that grain once rose. A god may fall. It was still magnificent that he fought. So, as the early world of the gods settles into shape, what we are really watching is not the establishment of permanent heaven, but the beginning of an armed peace. Odin seeks wisdom because he senses what lies ahead. Thor defends because threats are immediate. The Vanir nourish because life must continue in the meantime. The giants wait, bargain, and challenge from the margins that are never only margins. Across the roots of Yggdrasil, the old powers move, and every act of divine ordering takes place under the gaze of time. This is why Norse mythology feels less like a polished monument and more like a fire in wind. It burns brightly precisely because it knows the dark around it. The gods do not float above history. They inhabit a mythic form of history where every beginning is already answerable to an end. And in the hush before the great tragedies unfold, Odin stands one-eyed beneath the tree, having paid for sight, only to discover that seeing clearly is its own burden. If Odin gives the northern cosmos its restless hunger for wisdom, Thor gives it weight, thunder, and the feeling that the world still holds, because something mighty is willing to stand in the breach. In the old stories, Thor is not subtle in the way Odin is subtle. He does not circle knowledge until it bleeds. He does not move through disguise and prophecy as naturally as his father. He arrives with storm in his hands. He is the god whose presence feels closest to the body of the world itself. The slam of weather against mountain. The crack that rolls across a valley after lightning splits the sky. The sudden violence that can destroy and protect in the same gesture. If Odin is associated with kings, poets, and those willing to seek the hidden structure behind visible things, Thor belongs more immediately to the defense of the ordinary world. Farmers, households, travelers, and all who needed protection in a dangerous land could look to him not as a distant abstraction, but as a force that held chaos back. This is one reason Thor seems to have been deeply and widely revered in the pagan North. Archaeology and literary sources together suggest his importance was immense, and the popularity of hammer amulets in the late pagan period has long been taken as one sign of his religious significance. His hammer, Mjolnir is not merely a weapon in the stories. It is a symbol of protection, consecration, and divine strength. In myth, it strikes giants down, but it can also hallow and restore. That doubleness matters. Thor is not simply destruction turned toward enemies. He's force in service of order. Where the giants represent the dangerous energies beyond enclosure, Thor is the arm that keeps Midgard from being overrun. He's not the inventor of the walls, but he is often the one who makes the walls mean something. And yet to reduce him to a blunt instrument would be to miss the texture of the tradition. Thor is strong, yes, but he is also one of the most vivid personalities in Norse mythology because his strength exists within a world that often mocks certainty. He is brave, direct, and formidable, but he is frequently placed in situations where force alone cannot fully solve what confronts him. This is where Loki enters, and with Loki, the mythic atmosphere changes. If Thor is thunder made dependable, Loki is motion made unstable. He is among the most difficult figures in all Nordic folklore to define because he seems always to be in the act of slipping from one category into another. He moves among the gods, helps them, jokes with them, travels beside them, and yet repeatedly causes the troubles from which they must then escape. He is witty, resourceful, transgressive, dangerous, and in the end, catastrophic. The sources do not give us a single, simple theological explanation for Loki. He is not just evil, and he is not simply a misunderstood rebel. He is something more unsettling, a necessary disturber within the divine order, a figure whose intelligence repeatedly exposes the fragility of that order. He brings complications into being, then sometimes solves them with the same brilliance that caused them. He is a maker of crises and a provider of remedies. That ambiguity is precisely what makes him mythically powerful. In a world like the Norse world, where order is never final and every structure contains its own weakness, a figure like Loki is not an exception. He is the pressure point made person. When Thor and Loki travel together, as they often do in the myths, their pairing reveals something essential about the imagination that produced them. Thor supplies irresistible strength. Loki supplies flexibility, speech, trickery, and improvisation. One is weight, the other is quickness. One meets the world head-on, the other moves sideways through it. The tension between them feels almost archetypal, but in the northern setting, it is sharper, because neither quality alone is enough. Pure strength can be delayed, deceived, or embarrassed. Pure cunning can destabilize everything it touches. Together, they temporarily manage what neither could safely manage apart. Their journeys become not just episodes of adventure, but demonstrations of how the cosmos itself has to be handled by force, wit, and often sheer nerve. One of the most famous examples comes in the story of the theft of Thor's hammer. It is a story sometimes told humorously now, but beneath the comic energy lies a deep mythic fear. Mjolnir is stolen by the giant Thrym, who demands the goddess Freya as his bride in exchange for returning it. This is not merely a prank or a domestic complication. The theft of the hammer is an assault on cosmic defense itself. The gods are suddenly exposed, and the balance between order and giant force tilts toward danger. The solution is one of the great strange strokes of Norse myth. Thor must disguise himself as Freya and travel to the giant's hall as the bride, while Loki accompanies him as a maidservant. The scene is filled with comic tension, but it also dramatizes one of the myth's recurring truths. To restore order, the gods must sometimes endure humiliation, role inversion, and theatrical deception. Thor's appetite nearly gives him away. His blazing eyes nearly ruin the disguise. But the hammer is brought out to hallow the bride, placed at last within Thor's reach, and then the deception ends in violence. The defender of the gods rises, seizes Mjolnir, and destroys the giants around him. What makes this tale memorable is not just its drama, but its structure. Thor does not reclaim the hammer by charging directly into Jotunheim with nothing but outrage. He must submit, however unwillingly, to a strategy shaped by disguise and patience. The old myths delight in this kind of inversion because it unsettles the listener's assumptions. The strongest god must dress as a bride. The giant who thinks he has won is destroyed at the moment of ritual blessing. The laughter in the tale does not weaken the myth, it sharpens it. The world of the gods is never too solemn to allow embarrassment. Divine dignity in Norse myth is not brittle. It survives absurdity, and perhaps is made more real by it. Another tale shows Thor in a different light, one more haunting and more philosophically rich. This is the journey to the hall of Utgarda Loki, where Thor and his companions encounter challenges that seem at first straightforward, and then prove to be illusions masking cosmic realities. Thor attempts drinking, only to find he cannot empty the horn offered him. He tries lifting a cat and cannot raise more than one paw. He wrestles an old woman and loses. These are not ordinary failures. At the story's end, the illusions are revealed. The horn was connected to the sea, and Thor drank so much he caused the tides to recede. The cat was in truth the Midgard serpent, and he had nearly lifted the creature that encircles the world. The old woman was old age itself, whom no one can overcome. This tale matters enormously because it shows us something the Norse imagination knows deeply. Even the mightiest god does not fully see the scale of what he confronts. Thor appears to fail, but his failure is itself almost unimaginably powerful. He's measured not against men, nor even against ordinary giants, but against cosmic structures. The story humbles him while magnifying him. It also teaches that appearances are treacherous. The world may present itself in one form while concealing another beneath it. That is a very northern kind of wisdom. Mist may hide a cliff. Hospitality may contain a test. Old age may enter the hall in the shape of a bent woman. The cat on the floor may be the serpent around the earth. Loki, in that same tale, reveals his own function more clearly too. He competes in eating and loses, only for it to be disclosed that he had raced against wildfire itself. This is perfect. Loki belongs with fire in the mythic imagination, even when the sources do not draw a one-to-one equation. He is appetite, speed, consuming cleverness, the thing that moves too quickly to be comfortably held. He loses, and yet by losing shows what kind of force he resembles. The myths repeatedly use humiliation in this way. Being brought low is not always mere degradation. Sometimes it is revelation. But Loki's troublemaking is not confined to comic or semi-comic adventures. Over time, the tone around him darkens. Early on, he often appears as the god companion who causes problems and then helps resolve them. He cuts off Sif's hair in malice or mischief, and the crisis that follows leads to the obtaining of some of the greatest treasures of the gods, including Thor's hammer, Odin's spear, and golden wonders forged by dwarves. Here again, Loki is destroyer and benefactor in a single chain of causation. He creates offense, then through cunning and compulsion draws priceless gifts into the divine world. Without him, the wound would not exist. Without him, the remedy might not exist either. This is precisely why the gods tolerate him for so long. He is intolerable, but useful. In unstable systems, usefulness can protect the dangerous far longer than wisdom should permit. That pattern, of course, cannot last forever. Norse myth understands that instability, left unmastered, grows teeth. Loki's offspring themselves are signs of this truth. With the giantess Angerboda, he fathers beings whose very names feel like cracks opening beneath the world. Fenrir the wolf, Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, and Hel, ruler of the dead in the underworld realm that bears her name. These are not incidental monsters. They are future events in embodied form. The wolf is the coming devourer. The serpent is the circling threat around all human space. Hel is the gravity of death itself, the still kingdom into which so many must go. The gods learn of the danger tied to these children and attempt to contain it. Jörmungandr is cast into the sea surrounding Midgard, where it grows until it encircles the world. Hel is sent to govern the dead. Fenrir is raised among the gods until his growth and power inspire terror. The story of Fenrir's binding is one of the clearest windows into the moral severity of Norse myth. The gods know the wolf is dangerous. Prophecy tells them what he will become. Yet prophecy does not make what follows simple. They ask Fenrir to test his strength by breaking chains, and he does so easily. Finally, the dwarfs make Gleipnir, the deceptively soft and impossible fetter, fashioned from things that do not exist in ordinary experience. The sound of a cat's footsteps, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird. This is myth at its most uncanny. Reality itself seems to bend in order to create the thing that can hold approaching doom. Fenrir suspects deception and agrees to be bound only if one of the gods places a hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith. Only Tyr is brave enough to do it. When the wolf realizes he has been trapped, he bites off Tyr's hand. There is no clean innocence here. The gods deceive Fenrir. Fenrir is genuinely dangerous. Tyr acts with magnificent courage and loses his hand for the price of the gods' dishonesty. Everyone is diminished. Everyone is also, in some sense, acting according to the terrible logic of the world. This is one of the reasons Norse mythology remains so compelling to adult readers. It does not pretend that necessity keeps one morally unbloodied. It does not claim that foresight will spare you tragic choices. It says, instead, that sometimes the world narrows until even the best available action leaves a mark that never heals. Tyr himself is one of the most remarkable presences in the old tradition, precisely because of that maimed heroism. Though he survives less vividly in the later literary record than Odin or Thor, he appears as an older war god and a figure associated with law, courage, and formal honor. In the binding of Fenrir, he becomes the embodiment of sacrificial integrity. He knows the pledge is compromised. He gives his hand anyway. There is something profoundly old and stern in that image. The god whose bravery consists not in victory, but in accepting mutilation because no one else will stand where he stands. In a mythic world that so often values cunning and force, Tyr's moment of stripped, irreversible courage burns with special clarity. Meanwhile, the serpent in the sea grows. This image may be one of the greatest in all Norse myth. A creature so vast, it encircles the world and bites its own tail. A living boundary around human existence. Jormungandr is not merely a monster waiting for a later battle with Thor. It is a symbol of the way threat can become structural. Danger is no longer outside the world in any simple sense. It coils around the world itself. The gods have not removed peril. They have relocated it, and in relocating it, they have defined the shape of the cosmos. This is exactly how Nordic folklore often thinks. Fear is not banished. It is housed at the edge, named, watched, and waited for. And hell, too, must be understood properly. Modern pop culture often distorts her into a simple villainess, but in the old sources, she is more than that. She is ruler over a realm of the dead, the destination for many who do not die in battle. Her domain is cold, grave, inevitable. She is not a devil in the Christian sense. She is part of the architecture of mortality. Death in Norse thought is not one thing and does not lead to one undifferentiated hereafter. Valhalla receives some, Freya may receive some, and hell receives many. The dead are distributed according to traditions that are not always fully consistent in the sources, but what matters for the atmosphere is clear. The afterlife is varied, and not all endings are glorious. Much of humanity goes not to endless battle feasting, but to the quieter, dimmer kingdom of the dead. This gives the mythic world a more realistic gravity. Heroic ideals shine, but they do not erase the broad human fact of death. As Loki's line darkens into monsterhood and the gods respond with fear, containment and violence, the world of Asgard becomes more strained. The old conviviality around Loki begins to curdle. Jokes become omens. Solutions become delays. Every binding feels temporary. Every victory over chaos seems to create a new form in which chaos can return. Thor can hurl the serpent's enemies down. Odin can seek more wisdom. Tyr can give his hand. Yet the future remains in motion. The myths know that every prevented disaster may ripen into a larger one. That tension is part of what makes these stories so suited to long-form storytelling. They are never only about the event in front of you. They are also about what the event becomes later. There is a point in the old northern stories when unease becomes grief, when danger stops circling the world at its edges and enters the heart of the god's own brightness. That turning point is Baldr. If Thor is strength and Odin is relentless wisdom, Baldr is something more fragile and more unbearable to lose. In the surviving tradition, he is remembered as beautiful, just, beloved, and radiant, the favourite of the gods, a presence whose goodness seems almost too perfect for the world he inhabits. Most of the legends that later generations preserved about him concern not his triumphs, but his death. And that alone tells you something essential. In Norse myth, the most luminous thing is not protected because it is luminous. It is marked because it is luminous. Baldr's story survives, especially in later Icelandic sources, with key outlines preserved in the medieval tradition. He is made nearly invulnerable. Loki discovers the one overlooked thing that can harm him. The blind herder is deceived into striking him with mistletoe, and the god's effort to retrieve Baldr from hell fails when one figure refuses to weep. The atmosphere around Baldr changes even before he dies. The old sources preserve the memory of troubling dreams. And in that detail, the myths become especially haunting. Baldr is not simply ambushed by random misfortune. His death approaches through premonition. Something in the structure of the world has already shifted before the blow is struck. This matters because prophecy in the Norse imagination is rarely there to reassure. It warns, reveals, deepens dread, and binds the listener to what may be coming. To know a doom and fail to prevent it is one of the most painful patterns in these myths. By the time Baldr's death arrives, the listener feels not only shock, but that colder sensation so common in northern storytelling. The sense that fate had been whispering long before anyone understood its full meaning. Völuspá, the great prophetic poem of the Eddic tradition, is one of the major medieval sources for this larger arc from creation through catastrophe. And Baldr's death belongs to that movement toward the god's doom. Frigg, Baldr's mother, tries to answer prophecy with protection. She goes through the world, or the world is said to be searched through, taking oaths from things so that they will not harm her son. This is one of those mythic images that carries immense emotional force. A mother attempts to bind reality itself into mercy. Stone, metal, disease, beasts, plants, and the countless forces that might wound a body are imagined as having promised restraint. The result is almost unbearable in its tenderness. For a moment it seems possible that the world can be negotiated into sparing what is most loved. And because the gods believe Baldr safe, they turn his invulnerability into play. They throw things at him for sport, delighting in the harmless spectacle of weapons and objects striking him without effect. But one thing, small enough to be overlooked, has been left outside the circle of sworn protection: mistletoe. According to the later tradition, Loki discovers this omission by tricking Frigg in disguise into revealing it. The scene that follows is among the cruelest in all Norse myth, because it is so quiet before it is final. The gods are amusing themselves. They are within the safety they believe they have created. Baldr stands there, unafraid, perhaps almost amused himself, while things are hurled at him and do no harm. Nearby is Herder, Baldr's blind brother. In the later retellings, Loki approaches him and asks why he does not join the game. Herder answers that he cannot see where Baldr stands and has no weapon. Loki places the mistletoe in his hand and guides his aim. The dart or branch is thrown. The smallest and most neglected thing in the world becomes the one thing that can kill the brightest of the gods. Baldr falls dead. Medieval summaries identify Herder as the one who struck the blow, while also preserving Loki as the deceiver behind it in the better-known later version. Some sources suggest a more ambiguous tradition, but the standard medieval account makes Loki the principal cause. Nothing in the mythic world is the same after this. Baldr's death is not merely another divine tragedy or a family wound inside Asgard. It is a sign that the gods' order has become mortally permeable. All the walls, all the wisdom, all the defenses, all the sacred arrangements of force and foresight fail at the point of one omission. This is why the story endures so powerfully. It understands something ancient and painful about human life. Catastrophe does not always come through the largest threat. Sometimes it enters through the smallest unguarded place. The Old North, with its storms, sickness, sea dangers, failed harvests, and sudden violence, would have known this intimately. A splinter can fester, A forgotten oath can undo a household. A child can be lost not to a war, but to a fever. The mistletoe in Baldr's story is mythic in scale, but psychologically it is terribly familiar. The grief of the gods is absolute. The sources emphasize their shock and sorrow, and in that moment, the divine community no longer appears as a company of powers safely elevated above ordinary feeling. They are bereaved. Baldr's body must be carried to his funeral. The image of the funeral itself belongs among the great sorrowing pictures of medieval northern literature. He is laid on his ship, and the ship becomes the bier of a world already beginning to drift away from itself. In some versions, Baldr's wife Nanna dies of grief and is placed with him. Odin lays upon the pyre a ring, and other grave gifts accompany the dead. Even the magnificence of the ceremony cannot conceal its helplessness. The gods can honor the dead, but they cannot simply reverse death because they are gods. The grandeur of the funeral only sharpens the fact that magnificence is not rescue. Britannica's summary of the medieval tradition connects Baldr's death with the funeral and the failed effort that follows to recover him from hell. The ship is a perfect vehicle for this sorrow. In the old Scandinavian world, ships were not merely tools. They were extensions of identity, power, travel, trade, war, and status. To set the beloved dead upon a ship and send him into the realm beyond is to acknowledge how deeply the sea was woven into imagination and ritual. The vessel that once carried life and movement becomes the final cradle of stillness. Fire and ship together create one of the most memorable images in northern myth, not the calm marble tomb of southern empires, but a body laid upon timber with flame rising against cold air. Even when the exact details shift among retellings, the emotional truth remains the same. Baldr's funeral is not only the burial of a god, it is the ceremonial recognition that the god's world can now lose what it loves most. But grief in Norse myth does not end with mourning. It turns immediately into a desperate attempt to negotiate with the kingdom of death. Odin's son, Hermodr, rides to Hel in the hope of ransoming or recovering Baldr. That journey is one of the starkest images in the tradition because it is a journey through a boundary that no one crosses lightly. He rides Odin's horse, Sleipnir, to the underworld realm and comes before Hel, who is not portrayed simply as shrieking malice, but as a ruler of a domain with its own conditions and authority. Hel says that Baldr may return if all things in the world, living and dead, weep for him. The condition is at once hopeful and impossible, merciful and merciless. It suggests that the cosmos itself must testify that Baldr's loss is intolerable. Medieval summaries of the story consistently preserve this challenge. Everything must weep, or Baldr remains below. The beauty of that condition is one reason the myth pierces so deeply. The gods do not seek to break Hel's gates by force. They seek a universal acknowledgement of grief. It is as though love itself must become total and visible in order to reverse death. And for a moment, astonishingly, the world seems willing. Messengers go out. Beings across creation weep for Baldr. The image is one of cosmic mourning, existence bending under the weight of one goodness taken away too soon. It is one of the rare moments in Norse myth when the world appears nearly united in feeling. All things know the loss. All things answer it. This gives the tale a tenderness almost unlike anything else in the tradition. Yet because it is Norse myth, that tenderness cannot remain unbroken. one figure refuses. In the standard later version, a giantess named Thor will not shed tears, and Baldr is therefore kept in hell. The tradition has long identified Thor as likely Loki in disguise. Britannica's summary of the medieval story does exactly that. After the funeral, the giantess Thug, probably Loki in another form, refuses to weep, and the effort to bring Baldr back collapses. Even where the exact literary shape varies in older allusions, the emotional and narrative function is clear. The world almost mourns him home, and one voice withholds assent. That single refusal is enough. Baldr must remain among the dead. This, perhaps more than the killing itself, is what makes the story feel so merciless. Death has already happened, but then hope appears, and it is extinguished not by a grand war, not by cosmic destruction, but by one refusal to grieve with the rest. The condition is nearly met, nearly as useless. Norse mythology repeatedly understands that thresholds are absolute even when they are almost crossed. A chain either holds or breaks. An oath is either kept or failed. A door is either opened or shut. The old stories are severe in this way. They do not soften the line because the desire is heartfelt. Baldr remains in hell because one thing, one being, one disguised malice says no. After that, Loki is no longer merely troublesome. The tone around him hardens decisively. The gods hunt him down and punish him, and the punishment belongs to the most terrible imagery in the mythic record. Medieval tradition remembers Loki as bound to a rock or in a cave, fastened cruelly, often with the entrails of one of his sons according to some versions, while a serpent above him drips venom onto his face. His wife Sigyn remains beside him, catching the poison in a bowl, but whenever she must empty it, the venom strikes him, and his writhing is linked in later imagination to earthquakes. Britannica's summary of Loki preserves the essential frame. After Baldr's death, Loki is bound and tormented as punishment. The image is unforgettable because it transforms the clever mover into a fixed sufferer. The one who slipped every category is finally pinned in place. Yet even here, the myths resist easy moral cleanliness. Loki is guilty in the standard later version, but the manner of the punishment is hideous. Sigyn's loyalty introduces pity into the scene. Her quiet act of catching venom for him is one of the most intimate and tragic details in all Norse tradition. It does not erase Loki's crime. It does remind us that suffering in these myths tends to spread outward, staining more than one soul at a time. Even punishment is not simple. Even justice has an aftertaste of horror. This complexity is one of the reasons the stories continue to feel alive. They do not flatten grief into lesson. They let grief rot the world from within. Baldr's death also changes how the listener feels about prophecy. Until now, much of the mythology has unfolded under the distant awareness that Ragnarök will come. After Baldr, that end feels nearer, more embodied. The gods have lost not only a beloved son and brother, but something symbolic and irreplaceable. Baldr is often treated as a sign of beauty, innocence, or just order within the divine world. And once he is gone, the cosmos feels poorer in its very texture. If the brightest can be brought down by deceit, and the dead cannot be recovered even through universal grief, then no one in Asgard can truly believe that the final catastrophe is a remote abstraction. Baldr's death is the emotional dress rehearsal for Ragnarök. It teaches the gods and the listener what irreversible loss feels like. There is one more sorrow inside this tale that deserves to be lingered over. Herder. In the later standard version, he is blind, deceived, and made the instrument of his brother's death. That makes him one of the most tragic figures in the tradition. He is guilty in action, innocent in intent, and destroyed by the fact that intention does not undo consequence. This is another hard northern truth. A guided hand still throws the fatal branch. A manipulated person may still break the world. The myths are not soft on consequences, simply because deception was involved. Later tradition also remembers Vali as born or brought forth specifically to avenge Baldr by killing Herder, which intensifies the whole cycle of fate, grief, and retaliation rather than healing it. Even without dwelling at length on that episode here, the emotional pattern is clear. One death cascades into another. Sorrow does not stop itself. It demands more blood, and yet the story does not end in pure negation. The old prophetic material also preserves a future in which Baldr and Herder are associated with return after Ragnarök, part of the renewed world that comes after destruction. That does not soften the immediate tragedy, but it does place the tragedy inside the wider Norse pattern in which ruin is not always final extinction. Völuspá is central to this larger cycle of ending and renewal. The poem carries the world from its beginning to its doom and beyond. And within that renewed horizon, Baldr is not wholly lost forever. This matters because it shows that even the darkest grief in Norse myth is not detached from the possibility of restoration, though restoration comes only after unimaginable collapse. After the death of Baldr, the world of the gods does not collapse all at once. That would be too simple, too merciful, almost too easy for the kind of imagination that produced these stories. Instead, what follows is a long unraveling. This is one of the most striking things about the Norse vision of catastrophe. The end does not begin only when the sky splits and monsters charge. It begins much earlier, in grief, in oath-breaking, in poisoned trust, in the sense that something once whole has suffered an inward fracture that no ceremony can mend. Baldr's death is not Ragnarök itself. It is the moment after which Ragnarök becomes emotionally inevitable. The gods do not yet stand on the field of final battle, but they are already living in its shadow more consciously than before. What changes most after Baldr is not merely the fate of one god, but the moral weather of the cosmos. The old northern stories understand that worlds fall first, in spirit, then in structure. Before walls are broken, loyalties are thinned. Before monsters are released, grief teaches the gods what helplessness feels like. Before the last battle arrives, the habits that make a world worth defending begin to weaken. This gives the Norse apocalypse a depth that makes it far more than spectacle. Ragnarök is not random destruction. It is the flowering of old tensions, betrayals, prophecies, and buried dangers that have been ripening since the beginning. The wolf was bound, but not forever. The serpent was cast away, but not ended. Loki was punished, but not annihilated. The world was ordered, but from the start it was ordered against a chaos that never consented to remain outside. One of the most chilling signs on the road to Ragnarök is not a monster at all, but winter. Fimbulwinter, the great and terrible winter, comes before the final destruction. 3 winters in succession, without summer between them. Snow drives from every direction. Frost bites deep. The ordinary cycles that sustain life fail. Here, perhaps more than anywhere else, the northern setting of the mythology becomes unmistakable. For people shaped by long dark seasons, harsh cold, failed crops, and the constant precarity of survival, an endless winter would not have felt like an abstract symbol. It would have been existential terror. The apocalypse begins not only with swords and flame, but with the breakdown of the rhythms on which human life depends. The sun's warmth retreats, and with it trust in the future. And as winter deepens, the human world begins to mirror the failing order of the Divine One. The old prophecies speak of moral collapse. Kinship bonds decay, brothers fight brothers, families turn against one another, and oath and loyalty give way to violence and greed. This is a crucial detail because it shows that the destruction of the cosmos in Norse thought is also the destruction of culture. A world does not end only when mountains crack. It ends when the agreements that allow people to live together become worthless. In societies where law, kinship, reputation, and oath were central to survival, the image of social breakdown would have been as frightening as any giant. The moral fabric and the cosmic fabric are not separate in these myths. They fray together. This is what makes the road to Ragnarök feel so mature, so unsentimental, and so emotionally exact. The myths do not say merely that the gods have enemies. They say the whole pattern of existence can wear thin. Cold enters the seasons. Distrust enters the household. Grief enters the hall. The old restraints hold less firmly. It is as though the world, having once been fastened together from the body of Ymir and secured by divine vigilance, slowly begins to remember the chaos from which it came. The order of things is real, but it is not self-sustaining. Once enough strain accumulates, old bindings fail. This is true physically, socially, emotionally, and cosmically, all at once. One of the most important of these failing bindings is the captivity of Loki. After Baldr's death, Loki is bound and tormented, but this punishment is not the end of his story. It is a pause before release. The image of him beneath the venom, writhing when the drops strike his skin, is already full of tension because it suggests motion trapped rather than destroyed. Loki is not dead. He is not reconciled. He is not healed. He is waiting inside pain. And because Norse mythology thinks so much in terms of deferred catastrophe that waiting matters, punishment can delay. It cannot always cure. When the world begins to break in earnest, Loki too will break free and move openly into the role toward which his arc has long been bending. The same is true of Fenrir. The wolf has been bound by trickery and sacrifice, restrained only at the cost of Tyr's hand and the god's own moral compromise. But a thing bound in prophecy is not a thing erased. The old stories remember that at the end, Fenrir breaks loose. This is one of the most frightening ideas in the whole mythology, because the wolf is not simply a beast. He is pent-up doom, the future kept under strain for as long as possible. Every story about binding in Norse myth has this quality. The chain is never only a chain. It is time. It is postponement. It is the temporary victory of order over what cannot ultimately be kept forever. When Fenrir breaks free, the listener is meant to feel not surprise, but dread fulfilled. This was always coming. The horror lies not in the unexpected, but in the inevitability. Jörmungandr too waits in his vast circle around Midgard, not sleeping peacefully, but existing as the threat that already defines the shape of the world. In the final conflict, the serpent rises from the sea, poisoning sky and land. Once again, the mythology makes catastrophe environmental as well as martial. The apocalypse is not just armies assembling. Nature itself becomes venomous, unstable, and hostile. Sea and sky, which had once been set into order in the making of the world, are drawn back toward violence. This is one reason Norse myth feels so elemental. Fire, frost, poison, sea, darkness, and storm are never mere background effects. They are among the principal languages in which destiny announces itself. And then there is the sun. In the old tradition, celestial bodies are not immune to doom. The myths remember wolves pursuing the sun and moon, and in the final catastrophe, these cosmic chases end in devouring. This detail is easy to read quickly, but it deserves lingering attention. The end of the world in Norse thought means the failure not only of rulers and warriors, but of light itself. Time, which had been marked by the heavenly bodies since the gods set them in order, begins to fail in its most visible form. The sun darkens, the stars vanish, the sky is no longer reliable. In a northern world where light already had such psychological and practical importance, the image of light consumed would have cut with special force. The apocalypse is the collapse of orientation itself. If you step back from these details, a pattern emerges. Everything that had once held the world together is challenged in reverse. Seasonal order fails through endless winter. Social order fails through treachery and kinslaying. Physical order fails through monsters returning and natural elements turning hostile. Cosmic order fails through the swallowing of sun and moon. Judicial and moral order fail because old crimes now flower into unavoidable consequences. Even divine order fails because the gods who once defended the world can now no longer fully defend even themselves. The road to Ragnarök is therefore not one event. It is unmaking distributed through every layer of existence. It is in this context that the ship Naglfar takes on its terrible significance. In the old tradition, Naglfar is the ship made from the nails of the dead, and at Ragnarök, it is launched by the forces of destruction. The image itself is deeply revealing. The dead are not only remembered in the apocalypse, they are materially implicated in it. The ship of doom is built from what humanity leaves behind. Even bodily remnants become architecture for the end. This is mythic imagination at its starkest and strangest. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is spiritually neutral. Even neglect becomes part of the coming disaster. From Muspelheim come the sons of fire, with Surtur at their head, the great destructive figure who advances bearing flame. If Ymir's body was used to make the world, Surtur represents one of the powers by which the world is unmade. Fire stood near the beginning of creation, meeting frost across Ginnungagap. Now fire returns, not as creative counterpart, but as consuming end. This is one of the most elegant structural movements in the mythology. The same elemental forces that framed the cosmos at its birth stand near its death as well. The world does not perish by something alien to its own making. It perishes by the release and reversal of forces that were present from the beginning. And what are the gods doing while all this approaches? They are not ignorant. That is what gives the whole story its tragic temperature. Odin, above all, knows enough to fear what is coming. He has already sought prophecy. He has already gathered the slain. He has already paid for wisdom and still failed to find a way out of the doom that wisdom revealed. Thor still has his hammer. Heimdall still keeps watch. The halls of the gods still stand. But the knowledge of what is approaching has become part of the air they breathe. This is not a mythology in which the gods are surprised by the end. It is a mythology in which they live toward it. That makes their courage stranger and, in some ways, greater. They do not defend the world because they believe it can be defended forever. They defend it because it is still theirs to defend while it lasts. This is one of the deepest values in Norse myth, and perhaps one of the reasons it has endured so strongly. Action is not made meaningless by doom. If anything, doom makes action more meaningful. A stand taken in full knowledge of eventual defeat becomes a more severe form of honor than any easy victory. The gods do not continue because they are certain of triumph. They continue because to abandon their roles before the end would be unworthy of what they are. This same spirit echoes into the human world of the myths and sagas. It is why so many northern stories care so much about reputation, endurance, and the manner in which one meets necessity. The road to Ragnarök is therefore not only a sequence of omens, it is an education in how the Old North understood fate. Fate is not passivity. It is not an excuse to lie down in the snow and wait for death. Fate is the frame within which character becomes visible. When the future cannot be changed, what matters is how one carries oneself toward it. Odin seeks knowledge anyway. Thor lifts the hammer anyway. Heimdall watches anyway. Even the doomed continue to act. Still, the emotional pressure continues to mount. Loki will not remain bound. Fenrir will not remain chained. Jormungandr will not remain in the sea. Surtur will not remain in Muspelheim. Winter will not break into spring. The sun will not continue its course undisturbed. Brothers will not remain brothers. Oaths will not remain binding. Every force that has been held at the edge begins to stir toward release. The cosmos itself seems to tighten before rupture, like ice on a river before it cracks under pressure. And this is the true power of the road to Ragnarök. It teaches that endings are not born in a moment. They accumulate. They gather in the cracks left by old betrayals, old griefs, old violences, old neglected warnings. Baldr's death did not destroy the gods in a single stroke, but it showed them the truth of their own vulnerability. Loki's punishment did not restore harmony, only postponed further ruin. The wolf's binding did not erase his destiny, only delayed the day of its fulfillment. The winter's coming did not create despair from nothing. It revealed how fragile the world had already become. Not as rumour, not as a dream half remembered at dawn, not as a prophecy still distant enough to be spoken of with controlled voices in bright halls, but as the breaking of the world's last restraint. Ragnarök arrives as the fulfillment of everything the Old North feared and expected at once. It is not a sudden accident in the story. It is the great convergence. Every warning, every binding, every grief, every omen, every compromise, every old hostility moves toward this hour. The gods have always known, in one way or another, that such a reckoning waits for them, but knowing that a storm will come is not the same as standing beneath it when the sky finally opens. In the Norse imagination, the end of the world is not only destruction, it is revelation. It shows what each power truly is, when nothing remains but necessity. By the time Ragnarök begins in earnest, the world has already been weakened from within. Fimbulwinter has done its work. Trust has withered among men. Kin have turned against kin. The old social fabric has thinned to threads. The natural order has become unreliable. The great cosmic chases near their conclusion. The boundaries that once seemed to define and contain existence are no longer secure. And then the powers long held back begin to break loose all at once. Loki escapes his bonds. Fenrir tears free. Jörmungandr rises from the sea. The dead and the monstrous advance. The sky and land tremble beneath the pressure of unleashed things. Nothing about this feels neat or ceremonial. Ragnarök is not a measured transition. It is a violent unfastening. One of the most striking details in the old accounts is the sounding of Heimdall's horn. Heimdall, watchman of the gods, whose alertness and liminal role have always marked him as guardian of the threshold, sounds the Gjalla horn to awaken the gods and announce the final crisis. This is a moment of immense symbolic weight. The Guardian's call means the time for watching has ended, and the time for answering has begun. Up until now, vigilance has still implied the possibility of warning in time. But no warning now can prevent what is coming. The horn does not preserve the world. It summons its defenders to the place where they will lose it. And yet this does not make the sounding futile. It makes it grave. The watchman still keeps faith with his office, even when his office can do nothing but call others to doom. You can almost hear it if you imagine the old northern world at full mythic scale. The horn sounding over frost-hardened earth, over mountains and black water, over halls that have known feasting and mourning alike, over the roots of Yggdrasil, over the paths between worlds. The gods wake fully into the future they have long dreaded. Odin confers, perhaps one final time, with Mimir's head in some traditions, seeking wisdom even now. But the time for gaining knowledge is nearly over. What must happen next will not be solved by insight. It will be met in action. And the enemies come. From one direction advances Fenrir, the wolf no chain could hold forever. He is not merely an animal enlarged. He is terror unbound, appetite with destiny behind it, the old threat finally entering the center from which it had always been excluded. The sources remember him in gigantic proportions, jaws stretched so terribly that one part seems to reach heaven while the other scrapes the earth. This image matters because it makes him more than a battlefield opponent. He becomes an opening in the order of things, a moving tear in reality. He is hunger so large that it seems capable of swallowing structure itself. The gods once tried to manage this future with cunning, with fetter, with sacrifice. Now all such postponements are over. From the sea rises Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, dragging poison with him into the air and onto the land. The serpent that once encircled the human world now emerges from its position as boundary and becomes active devastation. This is one of the most beautiful and terrible symbolic turns in all Norse myth. What once defined the edge of order now invades it openly. the sea is no longer a surrounding vastness that may be crossed or feared. It becomes a source of apocalypse. The serpent's poison spreads across sky and earth alike, as though the very medium of life has been tainted. To breathe is to breathe a world already dying. Loki, once the companion of the gods, now comes openly among their enemies. By the time of Ragnarök, whatever ambiguity once softened his role has burned away. He is no longer the troublesome ally whose cleverness occasionally rescues the divine world from the chaos he helped create. He stands against the gods in the final reckoning. This reversal carries enormous emotional force, because Loki does not arrive as a stranger from outside. He arrives as the intimate traitor, the one who knew the halls, knew the voices, knew the weaknesses, and now returns not to trouble the order of the gods, but to participate in its destruction. Few things are more terrifying in any mythology than an enemy who began as family. Then there is Surtur, advancing from the world of fire, bearing the flame that will help consume the cosmos. In him, the fire present near creation returns, transformed into terminal force. If Muspelheim's heat once helped make becoming possible in the gap between extremes, Surtur's fire will now strip away the made world and return it to devastation. He is one of the clearest embodiments of ending in the mythology, and when he comes, it feels as though the oldest elements themselves have decided to stop sustaining the order they once permitted. The gods ride out to meet this catastrophe, not because they do not understand it, but because they do. Odin takes the field. Thor takes the field. Tyr, Heimdall, Freya, and others go to their appointed confrontations. This is one of the most deeply affecting qualities in the Norse apocalypse. The gods do not scramble in confusion, they move toward the fate they already know. Their tragedy lies not in surprise, but in full participation. There is grandeur in that, but no comfort. Their heroism is real precisely because it will not save them. Odin's fate is among the starkest. He rides against Fenrir, the wolf whose threat has haunted the mythology for so long. If Odin represents consciousness, kingship, sacrifice, and the relentless search for wisdom, then it is fitting in a terrible way that he should face the devouring beast of prophecy itself. He has spent his existence trying to see more clearly into the shape of things. He has sacrificed for knowledge, gathered the dead, prepared the halls, and sought to understand the end. But understanding does not annul destiny. In the final combat, Fenrir swallows Odin. It is difficult to imagine a more brutal or more symbolically exact death. The god who wanted to know the future is consumed by the future he could not escape. The ruler of the gods vanishes into the maw of doom itself. Yet even here, the stories refuse to let annihilation have the last immediate word. Odin is avenged by his son, Vidar, one of the less frequently discussed but immensely important figures at Ragnarök. Vidar, associated with silence, strength, and patient endurance, steps forward and kills Fenrir, traditionally by bracing one foot against the wolf's lower jaw and tearing the beast apart. The image is astonishing, where Odin's death expresses the triumph of prophecy over rule. Vidar's vengeance expresses the persistence of resistance even after the worst has happened. It is not a restoration of the old order. Odin does not return in that moment, but it is a reminder that in Norse myth, even the most terrible loss is answered, if not with rescue, then with action. Fate strikes. Someone still strikes back. Thor's confrontation with Jörmungandr is no less central and perhaps even more emotionally inevitable. Their hostility runs deep through the mythology. The thunder god and the world serpent feel made for one another as adversaries, each immense, each elemental, each tied to the fate of the human world. When they finally meet at Ragnarök, the battle is not framed as a mere victory sequence. Thor kills the serpent, but after taking 9 steps, he falls dead from its poison. This is one of the purest expressions of the Norse tragic mode. The defender succeeds and dies of the success. He does what he exists to do, and that doing costs him his life. There is no cleaner statement of heroic fatalism than that. Thor does not fail. He also does not survive. He wins his battle in exactly the way the North most fears and admires, completely, and at the price of everything. If Thor's death has such power, it is because he has always seemed, in a way, the most dependable of the gods. Odin is profound and difficult. Loki is unstable. Baldr is luminous and vulnerable. But Thor feels like the great solid answer to chaos. For him to fall, even in triumph, is to acknowledge that no strength, however beloved, can carry the world through all endings intact. And yet his death is not empty. The serpent lies dead because Thor faced it. The task is accomplished, though the hand that accomplished it is stilled. This is the severe dignity Norse myth so often grants its greatest figures. Tyr, the one-handed god of courage and solemn obligation, meets the hound Garma in some accounts, and the two kill one another. This pairing feels exactly right. Tyr has always been marked by the price of confronting danger directly. To set him against another monstrous force associated with death, and the underworld continues that pattern to its conclusion. There is something almost ritual about these mutual destructions. At Ragnarök, many conflicts resolve not in simple domination, but in paired extinction. This is not a world where good wipes evil cleanly from the board. It is a world where opposed powers tear each other down in the same final hour. Heimdall and Loki also meet and kill one another. The Watchman and the Betrayer, the Guardian of Thresholds and the Breaker of Bonds, come at last into direct and fatal opposition. That symmetry is one of the reasons Ragnarök feels so carefully shaped despite its chaos. The final battle is not random melee. It is a convergence of long relationships. Old enmities reach their natural end. Figures whose roles have defined the cosmos now meet their opposites face to face. Heimdall has spent so long standing alert at the edge, and Loki has spent so long crossing edges, distorting them, exploiting them, and undoing them. In their mutual destruction, the old tension between order and destabilization burns itself out. Freya's death carries a different sadness. The god associated with fertility, prosperity, good seasons, and peace confronts Surtr and fools, often because he lacks the sword he once gave away. This detail, preserved in the larger body of mythic tradition, gives his death a special poignancy. Freya is not primarily a war god, and yet he must enter the final war. The bringer of flourishing meets the bringer of consuming fire. In that clash, the meaning is almost too clear. Fertility cannot outlast cosmic conflagration. The powers that make fields green and homes prosperous do not prevail in the hour when the whole world burns. Still, Freya stands and fights. Even prosperity, in the end, must learn courage. All around these divine duels, the wider structure of the world comes apart. The sun is swallowed, the stars vanish, the earth quakes, Mountains split. The sea lashes against the land. Yggdrasil itself trembles. This detail is crucial. The world tree, axis of the cosmos, does not remain serene while all else collapses. It shudders. The center feels the catastrophe too. When the tree trembles, the listener understands that there is no untouched place left within creation. Even the deepest structure of reality is affected by what unfolds. And then, Surtur's fire spreads fully. Flame moves over the earth and consumes what remains. This is the final elemental answer to the world's long struggle against dissolution. Fire, which at the beginning stood on one side of the gap opposite ice, now overcomes the finished creation. The halls of gods and men, the lands of memory and struggle, the whole-shaped world is given over to burning. There is a dreadful grandeur in this ending. The world does not simply stop. It is purified through devastation, stripped back through heat and collapse. If the universe began in the charged meeting of extremes, it ends in the release of those extremes against the order painfully made between them. At this point, if one were telling the story only as spectacle, the natural instinct would be to dwell on noise, flame, and destruction. But the emotional core of Ragnarök is quieter than that beneath its violence. It lies in the fact that nearly every major figure goes into this final hour knowing enough. Odin knows prophecy. Thor knows the weight of struggle. Heimdall knows what it means to stand watch at the edge. Tyr knows the cost of pledges and courage. None of them are naive. They are not children marching into disaster under false promises. They are beings who have looked at the shape of reality and chosen to meet it without surrendering the roles that define them. That's why Ragnarök is not merely a tale of doom. It is also a tale of character revealed under terminal pressure. And perhaps that is why these stories lasted. Because the Old North, like all human worlds, knew that not everything can be saved. Crops fail. Loved ones die. Kingdoms collapse. Oaths are broken. Winters come too long. Enemies return. A person may know full well that some loss is coming and still be unable to prevent it. In such a world, what kind of mythology do you build? Not one that promises endless immunity. Not one that pretends wisdom can abolish suffering. Instead, you build one in which even the gods must face what cannot be escaped, and in facing it, show that dignity does not depend on victory. That is the moral temperature of Ragnarök. It is not hopeful in any shallow sense. It offers no easy deliverance at the last possible second. The gods die, the world burns, the old order falls. Yet neither is it nihilistic. Action still matters. Loyalty still matters. Vengeance, courage, endurance, and steadfastness still matter. Thor's 9 poisoned steps matter. Vidar's act of avenging Odin matters. Heimdall's horn matters. Tyr's final combat matters. Freya's doomed stand matters. They matter because in a doomed universe, the manner in which one meets doom becomes the clearest measure of worth. And still, after fire, there is silence. Not the silence of the beginning, not the deep and unborn stillness of Ginnunga Gap before the world had taken shape, but another kind altogether, the silence that comes after ruin, when the noise of battle has finally burned itself out, when the cries of gods and monsters have faded, when the smoke has begun to thin over a land no longer recognizable as the one that came before. Ragnarök does not end with triumphal music. It ends with devastation so complete that the listener might reasonably believe there can be nothing left to say. The great powers have fallen. The old order has collapsed. The halls are gone. The defenders are dead. The earth itself has been given over to fire. If Norse mythology wished only to tell a story of cosmic futility, this would be the perfect place to stop. But it does not stop there. This is one of the most remarkable things about the old northern imagination. For all its severity, for all its refusal to flatter human hopes with false permanence, it does not end in total negation. The world does not vanish into a final blank. It returns. In the old prophetic vision, the earth rises again from the sea, green and renewed. Water recedes. Life reappears. A new world emerges from the ruins of the old one, not untouched by what came before, but not wholly extinguished either. After the death of gods, after the swallowing of the sun, after the advance of poison and flame, something living still endures. This is not optimism in a sentimental sense. It is a harder, older hope. It is the belief that destruction is not always the final truth of existence. There is something deeply moving in the image of the renewed earth rising from the sea. It reverses, in a way, the terror of the serpent-haunted waters and the flood of destruction. The same sea that helped frame the apocalypse now gives way to new land. The same cosmos that collapsed now offers space for beginning again. In this reborn world, fields grow unsown. Abundance returns without the desperate struggle that once defined human labor. The air is cleared of the old poison. The violence of the former age has passed. The effect is not that of a perfect paradise descending suddenly from nowhere, but of a scarred universe exhaling after unbearable tension. The Old North, so familiar with winter and hardship, imagines renewal not as excess, but as relief. And crucially, not all beings are lost. Some of the gods survive the catastrophe, and the memory of this matters enormously. It tells us that Ragnarök is not simply the extermination of divinity, but the ending of one divine order and the beginning of another. Among the surviving figures in the traditional accounts are Vidar and Vali, sons of Odin, and Modi and Magni, sons of Thor. These names are not accidental survivals. Each carries something of continuity. Vidar, who avenged Odin, represents endurance and quiet strength carried through catastrophe. Vali, associated in earlier myth with avenging Baldr, carries the force of justice and continuation. Modi and Magni, whose names suggest courage and strength, preserve something of Thor's power after Thor himself has fallen. The fathers die, but their qualities are not entirely extinguished. The world changes, yet some inherited force remains alive within it. This is one of the deepest truths in Chapter 7. Norse myth does not imagine survival as simple escape. What continues after catastrophe is not untouched innocence, but legacy. What survives carries memory. The sons of the dead gods remain not as replacements in a shallow sense, but as bearers of what their fathers stood for. The old cosmos is gone, but its virtues are not wholly erased. Strength continues. Courage continues. Steadfastness continues. The younger order steps into a world washed by disaster and must live in the shadow of what had been lost, but also in the light of what has been preserved. One of the most beautiful details in this renewed world is the survival of Thor's hammer. Mjolnir does not perish with Thor. It passes on to his sons. This matters more than it may seem at first glance. The hammer is not merely a weapon. Throughout the mythology, it is a sign of defense, sanctification, and the divine power that guarded gods and men against chaos. For it to remain after Ragnarök means that the principle it embodies remains too. The old defender is dead, but protection itself is not dead. The hand that held the hammer is stilled, but the force it represented still has work to do in the new world. In a mythology so concerned with endings, this is a subtle but powerful reassurance. What is most needed does not always vanish with the one who first carried it. And then there is Baldr. Of all the figures associated with return after Ragnarök, Baldr is the most emotionally significant. His death marked the inward breaking of the divine world. His loss taught the gods what irreparable grief felt like. The effort to retrieve him from hell failed. He became the symbol of what the old order could not protect or restore. And yet in the renewed world, Baldr returns. In some traditions, Herder returns with him. This is not merely a pleasing reunion placed at the end of a tragic cycle. It is a profound act of mythic restoration. The one who could not be recovered through universal grief is given back only after the old cosmos has died and been remade. What could not be healed within the broken structure of the former world becomes possible only beyond its destruction. That has enormous emotional resonance. Baldr's return tells us that some losses are too deep to be repaired within the life we knew before. The old world had become too compromised, too burdened by deceit, by vengeance, by fate already tightening around it. Baldr could not be restored there. But after fire, after collapse, after the ending of the old cycle, the possibility of restoration appears. This is why Chapter 7 feels so necessary after Ragnarök. Without it, the mythology would remain powerful, but narrower. With it, the tradition reveals a more complex vision. That renewal may require the passing away of entire worlds, and that return is not always the reversal of death, so much as its transfiguration in a new age. The idea that Baldr and Herder return together is especially moving, because it also suggests reconciliation. Their story had been marked by blindness, manipulation, fratricide, grief, and vengeance. To imagine them both present in the renewed world is to imagine a cosmos no longer trapped inside that cycle of injury. The broken brotherhood of the old divine family is no longer frozen at its worst moment. What was once weaponized through deception can now exist without that corruption. In this sense, the reborn world is not only greener, it is morally quieter. It has stepped beyond some of the old tensions that made the first cosmos so tragic. The setting of this new age is often imagined in terms of brightness, open land, and the rediscovery of sacred things. The surviving gods gather, remember, and find in the grass the golden game pieces the earlier gods once used. This detail is small, but unforgettable. The golden pieces lying in the new grass are like relics of innocence, or fragments of the world before grief entered its center. They are not merely toys or ornaments. They are signs of continuity, memory, and recovered order. The new world is not built from total amnesia. It still carries the traces of what came before. The survivors do not walk into an empty blankness. They walk into a world where the past remains visible, but no longer tyrannical. That image deserves to be lingered over. After all the noise of Chapter 6, after the horn blast, the devouring wolf, the serpent's poison, the fire of Surtur, the collapse of heaven and earth. There is something almost unbearably gentle about a green field and old golden pieces found among the grass. It is as if the mythology itself slows its breathing. The listener, who has been carried through doom and flame, is invited now into a more spacious quiet. Norse myth does not often indulge in softness, but when it does, it becomes all the more powerful for being rare. This is not naive peace. It is peace that has passed through the knowledge of destruction and still chosen to exist. Humanity, too, is not entirely erased. In the prophetic tradition, a human pair survives the catastrophe, often named Leif and Lifthrasir. They endure by sheltering in a protected place, and from them, the renewed human race descends. Once again, the symbolism is striking. Life survives not through domination of catastrophe, but through concealment, endurance, and waiting. This is a very northern kind of survival. Not all endurance is martial. Not all victories won in open combat. Sometimes to continue is to hide, to outlast, to remain alive under the cover of wood, rock, or root, while destruction passes overhead. In a culture deeply acquainted with winter survival, with the patience required to live through hostile conditions, this idea has a natural force. The names of this human pair themselves seem to carry the pulse of continuation. They are not famous conquerors or kings. They are life kept alive, and that matters. After Ragnarök, the world does not resume because one final warrior stands unconquered on a mountain of enemies. It resumes because something living remains sheltered long enough to begin again. That is a profound statement about what the Norse imagination values. Heroic battle is glorious, yes, but continuation may depend just as much on quiet endurance as on public splendor. The sword has its place. So does survival in stillness. And what of the sun, which had been swallowed? Even here, the mythology makes room for continuity. In some accounts, a daughter of the sun survives or takes up the old path, carrying light again through the sky. This detail is one of those luminous touches that reveal how carefully the old stories balance destruction with renewal. The celestial order is not simply restored as though nothing happened. It is renewed through succession. Light returns not as denial of the devouring, but as inheritance after it. The heavens themselves participate in the pattern already seen among the gods. One bearer falls, another rises. This gives the new world a generational quality. It is not the same world returned unchanged. It is a world in which the next has stepped into the path of the former. All of this suggests that the Norse cosmos is cyclical, or at least partially so, though not in a simplistic sense. Creation moves toward destruction, and destruction clears the ground for renewed life. Yet the cycle does not merely repeat itself, point for point. Something is learned, something is altered. Something sorrowful is answered differently the next time. The return of Baldr, the survival of Thor's sons, the reappearance of light, the endurance of human life, the recovery of the golden pieces from the old divine world. These are not the signs of a universe trapped in meaningless recurrence. They are the signs of a universe in which ending and beginning are woven together, but not without transformation. This is one reason why the Norse vision of the end has always been more philosophically rich than the popular summary of the apocalypse of the Vikings. suggests. It is not merely about doom. It is about what doom reveals, what remains after doom, and whether anything good can still exist in a world that has looked directly into annihilation. The answer the mythology gives is stern, but not hopeless. Yes, the old order dies. Yes, greatness falls. Yes, the brightest things are lost, and the strongest cannot save everything. But no, that is not the final word. What is final is stranger. That from ashes and sea rise, from memory and inheritance, from concealed human life and surviving divine lineages, the world breathes again. This matters not only for the structure of the myth, but for its emotional wisdom. The people who preserved and retold these stories lived in landscapes where destruction was never theoretical. Harsh winters, storms, famine, death in childbirth, shipwreck, feud, disease, and political collapse were all part of reality. A worldview that had no place for renewal after loss would have been too thin to live in. But a worldview that promised no real loss at all would have rung false. Norse mythology chooses the harder path. It acknowledges ruin without flinching, and then insists, quietly rather than loudly, that life can still continue beyond it. If the story ended with the return of Baldr and the greening of the earth, it would still be one of the great mythic arcs in world tradition. But Nordic folklore was never only the story of gods moving across the sky of imagination. It also belonged to the ground beneath ordinary feet. It lived in farmsteads, assembly places, burial mounds, family memory, seasonal rites, naming customs, offerings, taboos, and the felt presence of powers that were not always visible but were rarely thought absent. To understand the North fully, you have to step down from the high mythic panorama and enter the lived world of belief. The world in which religion was not a separate compartment called mythology, but part of how reality itself was navigated. The same people who could hear a poem about Odin's hunger for wisdom also worried about crops, weather, sea luck, the mood of the land, the honor of the dead, the protection of the household, and whether unseen beings might be offended by careless acts. The divine world and the human world were not sealed away from one another. They overlapped in ritual, memory, and daily anxiety. This is one of the first things that must be said carefully if we want historical accuracy. What we call Norse mythology today was not originally preserved as a single complete religious book. It was a body of inherited traditions belonging to a wider Germanic religious culture, shaped differently across regions and centuries. Pagan Scandinavia did not have one single authoritative scripture that defined belief in the way later book-based religions often do. Instead, religious life appears to have been carried through oral poetry, cult practice, local custom, sacred places, family tradition, political ceremony, and the authority of those who knew how to speak, remember, perform, or sacrifice correctly. This makes the old religion feel less centralized and more textured than modern people sometimes expect. It was not one voice descending from a single source. It was a network of practices and stories held together by shared patterns, common gods, and inherited ways of seeing the world. The landscape itself mattered deeply. In the north, religion was not only located in built temples or formal enclosures, though such places did exist. It was also rooted in groves, springs, stones, hills, mounds, crossroads, and assembly fields. The land was not spiritually blank. Certain places were remembered, avoided, honored, or used for rites precisely because presence seemed to gather there. A grove could hold sanctity. A mound could be more than a burial. It could remain active in memory and meaning long after the body was placed within it. A spring might not be just water, but water touched by luck, healing, or danger. If we want to understand Nordic folklore later, with all its tales of hidden people, spirits in the land, and perilous hills, we have to begin here. The Christian centuries did not invent the sense that certain places were inhabited by more than human use could explain. They inherited and transformed it. The household stood at the center of much religious feeling. This is easy to miss if all one sees are the grand gods of war, thunder, and prophecy. But most people in Scandinavia were not kings or court poets. They were farmers, herders, fishers, craftspeople, household heads, spouses, servants, children, and the old. Their survival depended on land, weather, animals, kinship, and luck, so the sacred had to speak to daily conditions. A good season mattered, fertility mattered, peace mattered, protection mattered. The old gods associated with prosperity and well-being, especially figures like Freya and Njörður, become especially important in this context. So too do rites that seek blessing not for conquest, but for continuance. Healthy livestock, safe travel, good harvests, strong offspring, and the preservation of family standing. Luck itself was not a trivial concept in the Old North. It could cling to a person, a lineage, a king, a weapon, or a household. To modern ears, luck can sound accidental, but in a pre-modern northern setting, it often had a denser meaning, closer to a kind of fate-charged fortune or inheritable vitality. Some people were thought to possess more of it than others. Some families seem marked by strong luck, others by failing luck. A ruler's ability to bring good seasons, peace, or prosperity could be tied not only to political skill, but to a sacred or semi-sacred quality of being. This helps explain why kingship in the North often had a religious dimension. A good king was not simply a military commander. He could be seen as a vessel of communal fortune, someone whose rightness or wrongness affected the land itself. This is where sacred kingship enters the story. In the old northern imagination, rulers were not always cleanly separated from the divine. Genealogies might trace lines back to gods. Poets could praise kings in ways that linked their rule to sacred legitimacy. Royal power was often bound up with ritual, protection, and the well-being of the people. In some traditions, the king's relationship to fertility and abundance seems especially important, and this has long fascinated historians because it suggests that politics and religion were deeply entangled. The ruler was not simply above the sacred order, he was one of its local expressions. If he failed badly enough, that failure might be read not just as poor governance, but as a deeper loss of rightness. The fate of the community and the spiritual quality of leadership were not easily separated. Sacrifice, of course, formed one of the most serious bridges between gods and humans. The old sources, along with archaeology, make clear that offerings were part of northern religious life, though the exact forms varied across time and place. Animals were certainly sacrificed. Food and drink could be offered. Weapons, valuable objects, and other goods were sometimes deposited in places that suggest ritual intent. There are also accounts, more troubling and more debated in tone and context, of human sacrifice in certain settings, especially in times of crisis or in major cultic centers. Here, the old religion reveals again its severe honesty. The sacred was not always gentle. A gift to the gods was not symbolic in the thin, modern sense. It could be costly, bloody, and binding. To sacrifice was to acknowledge dependence, to seek favor, to avert danger, to fulfill obligation, or to join the human community to powers greater than itself. Feasting seems often to have accompanied ritual life. This too matters. Religion was not only a matter of fear and placation, it was also communal affirmation. The sharing of meat and drink after sacrifice could bind households and communities together, while also marking the event as something done under divine attention. To eat in such a setting was not merely to consume food. It was to participate in a social and sacred order. The hall itself, with its warmth, its benches, its firelight, and its speech, could become a ritual space. The line between religious act and communal act was not sharply drawn. A people who relied on bonds of kinship, oath, memory, and mutual obligation would naturally make some of their deepest sacred actions public, shared, and embodied. Seasonal observances were especially important because life in the north moved so dramatically with the year. Winter and summer were not mild metaphors. They shaped survival. It is therefore no surprise that major feasts and rites often clustered around seasonal transitions. Midwinter celebrations were especially significant, and later traditions around Yule likely preserve both continuity and change across the conversion period. The darkest time of year is exactly when ritual warmth, communal gathering, blessing, and invocations of return would have been most needed. To feast in deep winter was not simple indulgence. It was a statement that order, kinship, and life still held against the dark. Likewise, rites around planting, harvest, or other turning points would have expressed the same need to align human time with sacred time. Among the most enigmatic and compelling figures in this lived religious world are the seers and ritual specialists, especially women associated in the sources with prophecy or Seder. Here we move into a territory where folklore, religion, gender, and fear overlap in fascinating ways. Seder, as later medieval sources describe it, was a kind of magical or ecstatic practice associated with knowledge, manipulation of outcomes, altered states, and contact with hidden forces. It is often connected especially with Freya and with practitioners called voleurs, women who might travel, perform rites, and deliver prophecy. The famous account in Eirik's saga Rauda of a seeress seated on a high platform, attended with ritual care and asked to reveal what lies ahead, is late and literary, but it likely preserves something of older attitudes toward these specialists. They were not merely entertainers or fortune tellers. They stood close to dangerous knowledge. This is one reason magic in the North was never wholly comfortable. It was desired and distrusted at once. The person who could see more, know more, or influence hidden forces might be invaluable in a crisis, but also unsettling. Odin himself is associated with Seder in the literary tradition, and that association is telling. The chief god, already marked by sacrifice and ecstatic knowledge, crosses into a form of power that later sources portray as socially ambiguous, especially for men. This suggests that the pursuit of hidden knowledge could blur categories of gender, honor, and acceptable conduct. Magic was powerful, not because it was tidy, but because it reached into spaces where tidy social boundaries no longer held firmly. Later, Scandinavian folklore would preserve this unease in its treatment of witches, cunning people, curse workers, and those suspected of second sight. Runes belong somewhere near this same threshold between language and power. In practical terms, runes were a writing system. But in the older imagination, they were more than neutral marks. They could be carved for memory, possession, communication, commemoration, invocation, protection, and perhaps in some contexts, for magical or ritual effect. The myth of Odin winning the runes through ordeal reveals how seriously the culture could imagine the force of carved signs. To name, to inscribe, and to mark were acts with consequence. This does not mean every rune inscription was magical. It means the symbolic potential of writing itself was charged. In a largely oral culture, writing can feel especially potent because it fixes speech into lasting form. A carved name on stone, wood, or metal does not simply disappear into air. It stays. It witnesses. It binds memory to matter. Burial customs reveal another dimension of lived belief. The dead were not always treated as though they had vanished into irrelevance. The manner of burial, the goods placed with the body, the choice of mound, cremation, or inhumation, ship burial in high-status cases, and the continuing significance of ancestral sites all point to a world in which the dead remained socially and spiritually meaningful. Death was not merely a biological event. It changed the status of a person, but not necessarily their importance. Ancestors could matter to legitimacy, memory, landholding, family identity, and the unseen atmosphere of a place. A mound could be both grave and sign. To pass by such a place was to remember the ones beneath, and sometimes, perhaps, to feel that they were not entirely finished with the living. This leads us toward one of the deepest continuities between Old Norse religion and later Scandinavian folklore. The belief that the dead might remain active. In the saga world and later folk tradition alike, the dead are not always quiet. There are revenants, mound dwellers, troublesome corpses, spirits attached to place, and the lingering potency of burial sites. Some of these are literary or folkloric amplifications, but they grow naturally from a world in which death did not erase presence. If the dead matter, then the dead can matter dangerously as well as honourably. A badly handled burial, a person who died with violent force still clinging to them, or a grave tied to land and treasure could all become sources of narrative unease. The later Draugr, that grim and stubborn undead figure of Norse and Icelandic tradition, does not come from nowhere. It arises from a deep cultural refusal to imagine the dead as entirely severed from the world they left. Conversion to Christianity changed this world profoundly, but not instantly and not cleanly. Scandinavia did not wake one morning entirely pagan and go to sleep that night entirely Christian. The process unfolded over generations, unevenly across regions, shaped by rulers, missionaries, politics, trade, prestige, coercion, and sincere conviction. During that time, old and new practices could overlap, conflict, adapt, or continue under altered names. Some sacred places were abandoned, others were repurposed. Some rituals disappeared, others were transformed. Some myths were recast as stories rather than living religion, yet still retained emotional force. This matters because Nordic folklore, as later people knew it, emerged not from a sealed pagan past, but from a long conversation between old religious structures and a Christianized society that never fully forgot the imaginative habits of its ancestors. This is one reason later folklore feels so layered. When a later Scandinavian tale speaks of hidden beings in hills, or of dangerous powers tied to certain nights of the year, or of spirits attached to water, hearth, field, or burial mound, it often does so in a world already officially Christian. Yet beneath that Christian surface, older landscape sensitivities remain alive. The land is still peopled. The dead are still potentially active. Luck still matters. Certain acts still offend what cannot easily be named. Religion may have changed in doctrine, but imagination changed more slowly. The result is not a pure survival of paganism, but something more interesting. A mingled world in which the old sacred way of feeling, place, season, and unseen presence remained embedded in culture even after the gods of Asgard were no longer publicly worshipped. So when we speak of the lived Norse world, we are speaking of something broader than temple ritual or famous myth. We are speaking of a culture in which the divine could be approached through sacrifice, yes, but also felt in the fertility of land, the authority of rulers, the skill of seers, the power of names, the charge of ancestral places, the danger of neglected obligations, and the sense that what lies beyond sight is never far away. The human world was not imagined as spiritually empty. It was inhabited, watched, influenced, and entangled. A person lived among gods, ancestors, luck, land powers, and hidden dangers. Whether or not all of these could be clearly sorted into neat categories. And now, having moved from the mythic fall and renewal of the cosmos into the lived religious fabric of the North, we are ready to go deeper into the unseen beings who stood between the gods and ordinary human life. Not the high gods of creation and doom, but the quieter, stranger presences who belong to field, hill, forge, root, mound, and twilight. The beings who lived nearer to the farm path than to the sky. The ones people feared, bargained with, blamed, respected, or tried not to offend. Because if the mythology of the gods gave the North its vast horizon, it was the hidden beings of folklore that gave it its most intimate unease. If the gods gave the Old North its grandest dramas, it was the lesser and nearer beings of folklore who gave it its deepest atmosphere. These were the presences that did not always stand in the sky or stride across the final battlefield of the world's doom, but lingered nearer the edges of ordinary life. They belonged to the hill beyond the pasture, the mound at the edge of the field, the stone that no one moved without reason, the lonely path through birch and pine, the forge, the root dark places beneath the earth, the bend of water that seemed too still, the moment at dusk when distance became uncertain. These beings were not always arranged into a neat system. They were not all alike, and the names and understandings attached to them could shift over time and place. But together, they formed a hidden population of the North, one that made the world feel inhabited, even when no human figure stood in sight. This is where mythology begins to pass into folklore in the fullest sense. The gods of the Eddas belong to cosmic narrative. The beings of this chapter belong more often to the lived texture of imagination. They are the kinds of presences a person might fear angering, hope to avoid, attempt to placate, or quietly blame when something inexplicable went wrong. Their reality was not primarily literary. It was practical, atmospheric, local. A child might be warned about them. A farmer might leave something undisturbed because of them. A traveller might think of them at twilight. A family might explain misfortune, strange sounds, illness, or uncanny luck through their nearness. If the high myths tell us how the world began and ended, folklore tells us one might be waiting just beyond the fence tonight. Among the most important of these beings are the elves, though to use that word without caution is dangerous. Modern fantasy has almost completely remade the image of the elf into something elegant, luminous, and often harmlessly enchanting. The older northern material is stranger, less stable, and far less sentimental. The Norse Alfar, usually translated as elves, seem in the surviving evidence to have been powerful and somewhat ambiguous beings associated with beauty, hiddenness, fertility, perhaps ancestral or divine nearness in some contexts, and certainly with the unseen world. In some texts, they appear close to the gods in dignity, or at least not wholly separated from them in rank. In later folklore, however, related beings become more intimate, dangerous, seductive, or capricious, often tied to Menson's hills, illness, music, or uncanny beauty. The important thing is not to force every tradition into one clean definition. The elf in the north was never only one thing. There is good reason to think that the old distinction between gods and other sacred beings was more fluid than modern readers often expect. The phrase Aesir and elves appears in old sources in a way that suggests the elves were recognized as a significant class of supernatural beings. Some scholars have even explored the possibility that belief in elves intersected in certain places with ancestral reverence or with older fertility cults. What matters most for storytelling is the emotional truth of their presence. Elves belonged to the unseen nobility of the world. They were not crude monsters. They were often associated with beauty and power. But beauty in Nordic folklore is rarely safe. What is radiant may also be perilous. What appears graceful may be wholly indifferent to human well-being. By the time we reach later Scandinavian folk tradition, the hidden people of mound and hill often seem to stand where the older elves once stood, or at least in related, imaginative territory. These beings might live inside hills, beneath earth mounds, or behind stones, maintaining a parallel society of their own. They could be wealthier than humans, more beautiful, more refined in some ways, yet also dangerous if offended or drawn too close. A person might hear music from a hillside, or see lights where no ordinary fire burned, or be lured by dance, beauty, or invitation into a world whose time did not move like human time. There is a deep continuity here with other European fairy traditions, but the northern atmosphere remains distinctive, colder, quieter, more rooted in land and burial, less airy and more subterranean. The hill is not merely magical, it is occupied. This sense of hidden occupation is crucial. In Nordic folklore, the landscape is rarely empty. A hill is not always just a hill. A mound is not always just a mound. To cut, dig, plough, or build in the wrong place could mean crossing an invisible boundary. Many later tales preserve exactly this anxiety. A person disturbs a place associated with the hidden folk and suffers illness, madness, livestock loss, haunting, or simple persistent bad luck. The lesson is not always that the beings are malicious by nature. Often it is that they have their own order, their own claims, their own idea of what respect requires. Humans live in the land, but not necessarily alone or as sole owners. This is one of the deepest moral patterns in Nordic folklore. Possession is never absolute. That same pattern appears in beliefs about land spirits. The Old Norse term landvetir refers to land wights, or land spirits, presences associated with place itself. They belong not to distant mythic time, but to immediate geography. Icelandic tradition in particular preserves strong memories of respect shown to such beings. Ships approaching land were not meant to display carved dragon heads in ways that might frighten the land spirits. Here, folklore and law-like custom touch each other. The unseen world is not merely a matter of private superstition. It shapes conduct. To offend the land is to offend what dwells with or within it. That is a very northern intuition, and one that persists in different forms long after formal pagan religion recedes. Land spirits are fascinating because they reveal a worldview in which the environment itself has social presence. Mountains, coasts, fields, cliffs, and inlets are not spiritually blank resources waiting for human use. They have temperament. They may welcome or reject. They may protect or punish. This way of thinking emerges naturally in difficult landscapes, where survival depends on an attentive relationship to terrain, weather, and local conditions. But folklore intensifies that practical attentiveness into moral imagination. If a place repeatedly resists you, perhaps something there resists you. If one pasture thrives and another fails, perhaps luck is unevenly distributed, not only through labor, but through invisible favor. To live well is not only to work hard, but to remain on good terms with the world's hidden inhabitants. From the broad open land we descend into the earth, and there we meet the dwarfs. Again, caution is necessary, because the modern fantasy image of dwarfs as sturdy underground craftsmen is partly rooted in Old Norse tradition, but far simpler than the actual material. In the myths, dwarfs are associated with extraordinary skill, especially smithcraft and the making of precious or potent objects. The greatest treasures of the gods are often their work: Mjolnir, Odin's spear, the golden boar, the ring Draupnir, and other wonders. This makes them indispensable to the divine order, yet they are not gods. They belong to a different realm of being, one often imagined as subterranean, interior, secretive, and closely tied to stone and metal. Their power is technical, hidden, and transformative. They make what others use. There is something profoundly fitting about this in the northern imagination. In a world where metalwork mattered immensely, where forged blades, tools, ornaments, and ritual objects could alter the quality of life itself, the smith naturally acquired something of the uncanny around him. Fire, ore, hammer, secret process, transformation of rough matter into shining form. These are almost magical acts, even before they are mythologized. The dwarf becomes the mythic distillation of this ore. He is the hidden maker beneath the surface of things, the one who can produce an object greater than the one who commissioned it fully understands. Yet dwarfs are not usually portrayed as generous for generosity's sake. They bargain, resent, protect, and sometimes curse. Their skill makes them powerful, but their power does not make them gentle. In folklore more broadly, subterranean beings often gather around mines, stones, caves, or remote interior spaces. Even where the exact medieval Norse dwarf has changed shape in later traditions, the deeper feeling remains. Underground places are not inert. They are full of treasure, danger, secrets, and presences with their own intelligence. To extract wealth from beneath the earth is therefore never entirely a neutral act. One may be taking something watched, something paid for in another way, something that comes with conditions. In this respect, the dwarf belongs to a much older human intuition that what is below the surface is both rich and morally charged. Close to elves and land spirits, though not identical with them, are the many local hidden beings of later Scandinavian folklore, the Huldufolk, the hidden people in Icelandic tradition, and related figures elsewhere. These beings often live in rocks, hills, and invisible dwellings that may mirror human society in uncanny ways. They can borrow, lend, marry, seduce, punish, feast, and celebrate. Sometimes they seem almost like a parallel humanity. At other times, they reveal themselves as wholly other. Their worlds may open suddenly on feast nights or at dangerous thresholds of the year. Their cattle may graze invisibly. Their doors may appear briefly in a hillside and vanish with the light. What is most striking about them is not simply their supernatural quality, but their sociality. The hidden world is not chaos. It is another order, complete in itself, and usually best left undisturbed. This idea of a parallel society is one of the most psychologically rich parts of Nordic folklore. It suggests that the human settlement, the visible farm, the lit hall, the named household, is not the only community in the landscape. There are others. They may not use the same roads. They may not observe the same calendar. They may not welcome human intrusion, but they are there. This creates a constant subtle tension. A human being is never fully sovereign in his own surroundings. There are guests he cannot see, and neighbors he cannot greet. The ordinary world sits beside another world that may intersect with it suddenly, and with consequences. Often these beings are associated with beauty and abundance. Their halls are rich, their tables are laden, their clothing is fine, their music is exquisite, their women or men are irresistibly attractive. Yet this beauty almost always carries warning. The food of the hidden folk may bind the eater to their world. A dance may take away years. A marriage may estrange a person forever from human community. A gift may conceal a demand. This is a common pattern in folklore everywhere, but in the north, it often carries a special hush, a feeling of cold allure rather than bright enchantment. You are not merely tempted into fantasy, you are invited away from the human world and into a quieter, older claim. This concern with thresholds leads naturally to the question of fate. We have already met the Norns at the high mythic level, but fate in Nordic folklore is not confined to three great beings under the roots of Yggdrasil. It permeates the way stories think. Luck clings, oaths bind, names matter, dreams warn, omens signal. Some families seem born under heavier shadows than others. Some people are followed by misfortune or protected by strange good fortune. The unseen world is not random. It is patterned, though the pattern is difficult to read. This is why prophecy and second sight remain so important in northern storytelling. A person who can glimpse what is coming is not only impressive, he or she is standing near the hidden structure of the world. Dreams are especially significant in saga literature and related tradition. They can foreshadow death, disaster, feud, success, or betrayal. A dream may come not as nonsense, but as message. The same is true of apparitions, strange visitors, animal behavior, and the felt charge of certain events. The world communicates, but not always plainly. one must know how to read it, or know someone who can. In this sense, Nordic folklore is a world of interpretation. The visible surface is always being asked to yield more than itself. A bird is a bird, but perhaps also a sign. A dream is a dream, but perhaps also a warning. A stranger on the road is a stranger, but perhaps also more than that. Such a worldview makes daily life denser, more meaningful, and more anxious all at once. It also makes silence powerful. In many northern tales, what is not said matters almost as much as what is said aloud. Hidden names, unspoken taboos, the refusal to boast too openly, the caution not to mention certain beings too directly, all of this reveals a culture that understands speech as consequential. To name something may draw it near. To insult the unseen may provoke it. To speak lightly in the wrong place may be a kind of trespass. This brings us back to the runes and to Odin's costly wisdom. Language matters because the world listens. One of the reasons the unseen world of Nordic folklore remains so compelling is that it is not wholly moral, in the way later Christian frameworks often wanted spirits to be. Hidden beings are not always demons and not always beneficent fairies. They may help or harm depending on conduct, mood, reciprocity, insult, attraction, or obscure custom. This ambiguity is faithful to a landscape-based imagination. Nature itself is not morally simple. The sea can feed you and drown you. The mountain can shelter and isolate. The winter can preserve and kill. Why should the beings associated with such forces be more straightforward than the forces themselves? The hidden folk share something of the land's own indifference, beauty, and danger. All this means that the North's unseen world does not feel like an optional fantasy layer laid over ordinary life. It feels like an extension of how ordinary life was already perceived, risky, inhabited, and only partly visible. A person lived among what could not always be mastered. Even the prudent and hard-working could suffer from what they failed to notice, neglected to honor, or accidentally offended. Folklore gave shape to that uncertainty. It populated vulnerability. It gave names and habits to what pressed against the edge of the known. And yet these beings are still not the darkest presences in the northern imagination. For beyond the hidden people of hill and field, beyond land spirits and subterranean smiths, there waits a grimmer company. Trolls in the mountain dark, revenants in the mound, witches and curse workers, shapeshifters, sea dangers, and the dead who do not lie still. If the beings of this chapter gave the North its intimate unease, the beings of the next will give it its colder terror. If the hidden beings of hill, field, and stone gave the northern world its subtle unease, then the darker figures of folklore gave it its true midnight weight. These were not the beautiful or ambiguous presences who might be placated with care, respected at a distance, or glimpsed with a shiver of wonder. These were the beings that belonged to isolation, to broken boundaries, to hunger, rot, violence, and the places where the human world had clearly thinned. They waited in mountain shadows, in burial mounds, in storm water, in forest depth, in winter silence, in the room where a corpse had been laid out too restlessly, in the rumour that someone in the district knew more than any Christian ought to know. If the North could imagine the land as inhabited by parallel peoples and spirits with their own etiquette, it could also imagine it as haunted by forces that did not wish coexistence so much as intrusion, possession, hunger, or revenge. Among the most famous of these figures are trolls, but here too, modern imagination has softened and simplified what older tradition often held in rougher form. Today, a troll may appear as something comic, lumbering, or even lovable. In older Scandinavian folklore, however, trolls were far more variable and often far more disturbing. Sometimes they were giant-like beings of mountain and wilderness, ancient and strong, tied to remote places and dangerous encounters. Sometimes they were closer to monstrous hidden folk, hostile to Christian order and to human intrusion alike. Sometimes they blurred with giants, especially in the broader mythic inheritance. The important thing is that the troll belonged to the outside, to the unmastered. A troll was what the landscape could become in imagination when it turned from awe to menace. Mountains in the north lend themselves naturally to such beings. They are massive, weather-struck, often mist-veiled, full of caves, ravines, sudden shadows, and echoes that distort sound and distance. A mountain can seem asleep or watchful. It can feel indifferent to human effort in a way that almost invites personification. The troll is one answer to that feeling. He or she belongs to the mountain because the mountain itself feels old, strong, and not easily humanized. In many later tales, trolls are clumsy or dim in one sense, but that should not mislead us. Folklore often humiliates dangerous beings in story as a way of mentally managing them. To outwit the troll in a tale does not make the troll trivial. It means intelligence has to find a way to survive brute otherness. Often, trolls are associated with night, with stone, and with a hostility to bells, daylight, or Christian symbols. This is especially important in later folklore shaped by Christian centuries. The troll becomes not only wild nature personified, but also a figure of what belongs to the older, rougher world, being displaced by church, settlement, and sacred order of another kind. In some tales, the rising of the sun turns trolls to stone, which is a wonderfully fitting image. The creature of dark mountain wildness becomes mountain again, fixed and silent beneath the light. The story explains strange rock formations, yes, but it also dramatizes a larger historical and spiritual tension. What once moved through the old land may, under the force of new holiness and daylight, become still but not wholly absent. This is one reason trolls matter so much in the folklore of Christian Scandinavia. They preserve the feeling that something pre-Christian, enormous and resistant still lingers in the land. The church may stand, the bell may ring, the roads may be more settled. Yet out beyond the human circle, in the fells and the forests, old strength has not entirely yielded. The troll, therefore, becomes a memory of wilderness with a face. To say a place was troll-haunted was to say more than that it was dangerous. It was to say it still belonged, in some deep way, to another order of being. And from the mountain dark, we turn to the dead. Few elements of Nordic folklore are more unforgettable than its treatment of the restless dead. Many cultures fear ghosts, but the North gave special force to the idea that the dead might not only appear, but remain bodily, stubborn, and dangerous. The later Icelandic sagas in particular preserve some of the most chilling revenant traditions in medieval Europe. The dead rising from burial mounds, haunting farms, crushing the living, spreading fear, and refusing the passivity expected of the grave. The Draugr, as such a figure is often called, is not merely a transparent spirit. He is physical, heavy, malignant, and tenacious. He keeps something of the body, but not the peace that ought to accompany death. This matters immensely, because it tells us that in the Northern imagination, death was never simply absence. A corpse might remain a person-shaped problem. A grave might remain socially active. A burial mound might contain not quiet memory, but ongoing will. The Draugr is one of the clearest embodiments of this anxiety. He may guard treasure, resent intrusion, cling to old possessions, or simply radiate a corrupt strength that harms the living. He belongs to the place where memory curdles into threat. The family dead, who in one form might sustain identity and legitimacy, can in another form become intolerably present, refusing to leave the world in peace. The sagas understand this with grim clarity. A troublesome dead man is not always solved by prayer alone. Sometimes the living must physically confront the revenant, wrestle it, rebury it, sever its head, burn the body, or otherwise take violent measures to force final stillness. There is something deeply northern in this refusal to spiritualize the problem too quickly. If the dead are heavy, then the response must be heavy too. A haunting is not always a whisper in a corridor. It may be a bodily assault, a corruption of place, a visible occupation of the farm by someone who should no longer have a claim there. The line between the living and the dead, like so many lines in Northern folklore, must be actively maintained, or it may fail. A society shaped by burial mounds, ancestral memory, and close contact with death would naturally find such stories persuasive. Death happened at home. Bodies were handled by kin. Burial places remained part of the visible world. The dead were not professionally hidden away behind institutional walls. They were near. A nearness breeds both reverence and fear. If someone had lived with particular violence, greed, stubbornness, or supernatural suspicion attached to them, why should death automatically make them easier to live with? The Draugr is, in one sense, personality surviving in all the wrong ways. He is the self that will not relinquish matter, property, space, or force. This bodily persistence of the dead links naturally with another set of fears, shape-shifting and animal otherness. The Old North preserved many traditions in which human identity was less stable than modern categories assume. There are tales of berserkers and wolfish warriors, of people whose fury or altered state made them seem more beast than man, of shape-shifting in dream or spirit, of second bodies and wandering consciousness. Some of this belongs to myth, some to saga, some to later folklore, but together they suggest a world in which the self could become dangerous through crossing boundaries of form. To be human was not always secure. One might become possessed by rage, altered by magic, or transformed in perception into something animal, predatory, or uncanny. The wolf, unsurprisingly, carries enormous symbolic weight here. In the North, the wolf was not simply an interesting animal. It was hunger on four legs, a pack force, a threat at the margins of settlement. And in myth, the line of Fenrir had already given wolfness an apocalyptic scale. Later, folklore keeps some of that unease alive. To compare a person to a wolf was not morally neutral. To imagine a warrior becoming wolf-like in battle, or a cursed person taking on lupine associations, was to say something about appetite, violence, and estrangement from ordinary social life. The human who moves too close to wolfhood stands at the edge of community. And then there are witches, sorcerers, curse workers, and those feared for hidden power. This is an especially complex part of Nordic folklore because it stands at the meeting point of older magical traditions, Christian demonology, local suspicion, healing practice, and gendered fear. The earlier Norse world already knew ritual specialists, seers, and practitioners of dangerous arts. After Christianization, these older attitudes did not simply vanish. They were reinterpreted, narrowed, condemned, or pushed into new frameworks. A person who seemed able to influence illness, weather, livestock, fertility, or luck might be valued in one context and feared in another. The same hidden knowledge that once could bring respect might later bring accusation. In folk belief, the dangerous practitioner is often not a theatrical villain, but a neighbor. That is what makes such fear so corrosive. A storm destroys the hay. A child falls mysteriously ill. Milk dries up. A cow sickens. Fish do not come. A man loses his senses. Why? Folklore offers many answers, and one of them is that someone has worked against you. Perhaps a curse has been laid. Perhaps envy has found a hidden instrument. Perhaps a woman or man known for strange words, solitary habits, or inherited arts has crossed the line from cunning to malice. Such suspicions are socially powerful precisely because they operate close to home. They turn misfortune into intention and neighborhood into uncertainty. Yet the line between feared sorcerer and valued healer is never entirely stable. Many communities depended on cunning people, wise women, charm speakers, herbalists, and those thought able to counter curses, identify causes, and restore luck. This is another of folklore's enduring paradoxes. Hidden power is dangerous, but a world full of hidden dangers also creates a demand for people who can address them. So the magical specialist may be both needed and mistrusted. A blessing may sit very near a curse in the same cultural imagination. Protection itself may look suspiciously like the mastery of forbidden means. The North is full of such double visions. The sea, too, has its own company of terrors. In a maritime world, water could never be merely picturesque. It fed, connected, enriched, and destroyed. Ships vanished. Weather changed violently. Coastlines were treacherous. Cold water killed quickly. It is hardly surprising then that Nordic folklore populated the sea with beings and presences as unsettling as any forest or mountain spirit. Water horses, sea women, drafting creatures, dangerous wave spirits, the dead returning from beneath the surface, and later, Scandinavian variants of Nex or Nixies all emerge in a landscape where water is both necessity and menace. The being in the water is often alluring first and fatal second. That pattern belongs to the sea itself. Calm becomes storm. Reflection becomes depth. Beauty becomes drowning. The brook, river, or tarn likewise may hold the neck or kindred figures, beings often associated with music, seduction, and danger. A beautiful melody heard near water is not always a gift. It may be bait. A child drawn too near may be taken. An adult lured by enchantment may vanish. These tales do not merely entertain. They teach vigilance around real hazards while preserving the sense that danger can wear a beautiful face. Water sings, but what it sings may not be for your good. In a culture attentive to the practical risks of landscape, folklore transforms caution into story, and story back into caution. Even domestic space is not entirely safe from darker presences. Illness, fever, sleep paralysis, bad dreams, wasting conditions, and sudden household dread could all become material for supernatural explanation. The nightmare may be personified. A pressure in the night may become an attack by a being rather than a bodily event. A home can acquire bad atmosphere not only because of grief, but because something has entered wrongly, or something dead has failed to depart properly. Folk protections, charms, blessed objects, careful words, iron, fire, thresholds, and ritual gestures all help mark the house as defended space. But the need for those protections itself reveals how vulnerable the home was imagined to be. One of the most powerful underlying themes in all these darker traditions is breach. Something crosses where it should not. The troll comes too near the farm. The dead return from the mound. The witch reaches into your livestock or your body. The water being lures someone from shore to depth. The shapeshifter crosses from man into beast, or from controlled self into predatory rage. The hidden arts cross the boundary between fair fortune and manipulated outcome. Breach is frightening because ordinary life depends on divisions. This side and that side. Indoors and out. Dead and living. Human and non-human. Christian and unchristian. Lawful and cursed. Settled and wild. When those distinctions fail, fear enters. And still, even among these darker figures, folklore rarely abandons complexity. Trolls may be stupid in one tale and terrifying in another. The dead may be malicious, but also bound by unfinished matters the living helped create. The witch may be wicked, but she may also be the one person who knows how to break another's spell. The dangerous being in the water may punish recklessness, pride, or violation of taboo. Northern folklore is not always moralizing in a simple sense, but it often suggests that peril is intensified by carelessness, disrespect, greed, boastfulness, or failure to recognize where the human claim ends. That is why these stories linger so effectively. They are not only about monsters, they are about the cost of living in a world where not everything is under human control. The North remembers, again and again, that there are older claims in the land, older powers beneath the surface, older hungers in the dark, and that the dead themselves may remain entangled in the places they once inhabited. The visible world is not false, but it is incomplete. And when it is incomplete in the wrong direction, terror enters through the gap. Between the gods above and the hidden beings at the edge of the field, there stands another world in the northern imagination, one that feels at once more human and, in some ways, more haunting than either. It is the world of heroes, legendary kings, doomed lineages, dragon slayers, oathbreakers, exiles, avengers, and men and women whose lives seem to move half in history and half in myth. This is the world preserved in sagas, heroic poetry, and legendary tradition, where memory is sharpened into story, and story hardens until it begins to feel like fate itself. Here the gods do not always stride directly into view, and yet their atmosphere remains everywhere. The old cosmic patterns still govern human life. Honor still matters. Doom still approaches. Wisdom still costs dearly. Greed still poisons families, and the dead still linger in reputation, long after their bodies have gone to earth. If myth gave the North its sky, and folklore gave it its shadows, heroic legend gave it its human face. This is where the Northern imagination becomes especially rich, because hero stories often preserve the emotional logic of mythology while bringing it down to the scale of blood, marriage, feud, inheritance, and memory. In the stories of gods, worlds die. In the stories of heroes, households die. But the two kinds of loss are rarely as separate as they may seem. The same worldview that could imagine Odin seeking wisdom under the shadow of inevitable ruin could also imagine a human family carrying a curse through generations, each life bent by old wrongs, old treasure, old promises, or old violence. The same imagination that saw Thor walk knowingly toward the serpent could see a mortal warrior walk knowingly into battle or vengeance, even when death seemed almost certain. Heroic legend is not mythology's lesser cousin. It is mythology translated into mortal terms. One of the first things that must be understood about this tradition is that the sagas and legendary tales are not simple records of history, even when they preserve historical names, places, and tensions. Nor are they merely inventions detached from reality. They stand in a liminal space, part memory, part shaping, part oral inheritance, part literary craft. Some preserve echoes of Migration Age or Viking Age events and values. Some are set in Iceland, Norway, Denmark, or lands farther afield. Some are openly legendary, full of dragons, cursed swords, impossible feats, and ancient kings. Others feel more sober, more grounded in legal disputes, settlement patterns, and family history. But whether closer to history or more deeply steeped in marvel, they all share a northern way of seeing character under pressure. Human beings are measured not by what they say they value in comfort, but by what they do when trapped in conflict, grief, obligation, or doom. The heroic world often begins with lineage. In the North, family is never just background. It is identity, burden, memory, support, and threat. To belong to a line is to inherit not only land and name, but enemies, obligations, feuds, expectations, and often old stories that narrow the shape of your future before you've chosen anything at all. A person may be brave, wise, or strong, but he is rarely only himself. He is also his father's son, his mother's child, his kin's hope, his lineage's next test. This gives Northern storytelling its remarkable depth of continuity. A violent deed done in one generation does not end when the weapon is cleaned. It passes forward. A marriage joins not only two people, but two histories. A gift may come trailing old resentment. A name may carry glory and doom alike. This is why vengeance matters so much in saga memory. Modern readers sometimes recoil from the endless chain of killing in these stories, as though the people within them simply lacked imagination for peace. But vengeance in the Northern world is not merely personal fury. It belongs to a moral and social structure in which honor, justice, family standing, and public reputation are all intertwined. If a killing goes unanswered, it is not only grief that remains, shame remains, weakness remains. A dangerous signal is sent into the social world, and because law and feud often coexist in these stories rather than cleanly replacing one another, the path from injury to revenge to wider bloodshed becomes frighteningly easy to follow. The saga world understands what myth already knew. Once a wound enters the center of a community, it does not stay still. Yet these stories are not mindless celebrations of revenge. In fact, they are often painfully aware of how ruinous vengeance becomes. That is one of their deepest powers. They do not tell us that retaliation is righteous and therefore uncomplicated. They show us that the code of honor can preserve dignity and destroy households at the same time. A man may do what he must and still set in motion the deaths of sons and brothers not yet grown. A justified act may be the beginning of a catastrophe. In this way, heroic legend once again mirrors the larger Norse cosmos. Necessity exists, but necessity is not clean. Among the most enduring heroic figures in the northern tradition is Sigurd, known in German tradition as Siegfried, dragon slayer and bearer of one of the great doomed destinies of medieval legend. His story, preserved in different forms across the Volsung material and related traditions, is one of the clearest examples of how Norse heroic legend blends grandeur with fatality. Sigurd is not a peasant stumbling into accidental adventure. He is marked from the beginning for greatness, trained, armed, and led into an encounter with the dragon Fafnir, whom he slays. This alone would be enough to secure fame in almost any mythology. But in the north, dragon slaying is only the opening of a larger tragedy. Treasure is won, yes, but treasure in these stories is rarely innocent. Gold glitters with curse, greed, betrayal, and death. The dragon itself is not just an external beast. In the story of Fafnir, dragonhood is bound to corruption from within, to greed so consuming that it transforms being itself. A person becomes monstrous through possession and hunger. This is an idea of immense importance in Nordic storytelling. Evil is not always alien. Sometimes it is what happens when desire coils too tightly around treasure, power, or injured pride. The dragon guards gold, but the gold has already hollowed out the soul that clutches it. So when Sigurd kills Fafnir, he does more than perform a heroic feat. He enters a moral landscape in which wealth is charged, fate is already tightening, and victory over one danger only leads him deeper into another. The Volsung story, in all its tangled forms, is haunted by this sense that glory and destruction feed one another. Sigurd wins fame, treasure, and love, but the story does not allow those gains to remain stable. Oaths are bent, memory is altered, rivalries sharpen. A woman wronged remembers. Men around the hero become envious, fearful, or manipulative. The great shining figure at the center of the legend cannot remain untouched by the structures of betrayal closing in around him. This is profoundly northern. Greatness draws doom the way bright metal draws the eye. The better the hero, the more terrible the cost of his fall. Brynhild, too, belongs to this atmosphere of immense and sorrowful intensity. Whether imagined as Valkyrie, shield maiden, supernatural woman, or deeply human tragic figure depending on the version, she stands among the most unforgettable women in the heroic tradition. She is proud, formidable, wronged, and devastating in memory. The pain attached to her story is not mild or private. It reshapes dynasties. It turns marriage into battlefield and desire into ruin. Her presence shows that the heroic world of the North is not merely masculine violence, decorated with occasional female grief. Women in these stories often see clearly, remember more accurately, speak with cutting force, and carry injuries with a depth that alters the whole course of events. A slighted man may seek blood. A wronged woman may unmake generations. This is equally true in the Icelandic sagas, where women frequently act not only as mourners or rewards, but as keepers of honor, speakers of incitement, voices of memory, and sometimes as the ones who ensure that old injuries are not forgotten. They may urge husbands, brothers, or sons toward vengeance. They may shame hesitation. They may interpret events with merciless precision. At other times, they become the most tragic figures of all, trapped within structures of exchange and feud. They did not create, but must endure. Saga women are rarely inert. Like Frigg, like Brynhild, like many of the seeresses and hidden women of folklore, they remind us that Northern storytelling understands power in more forms than the swing of an axe. And then there are the great outlaw figures, those men who stand just outside the lawful and settled world, but remain deeply magnetic because of the intensity of their character. In the sagas, an outlaw is never merely a criminal in the modern administrative sense. He is someone pushed beyond protection, beyond ordinary belonging, into a sharpened form of existence where skill, pride, endurance, and doom all become more visible. The outlaw stories are often among the most moving because they press the question of what remains of honor when society has rejected you. A man may still be brave, still be eloquent, still be loyal to friends, still love beauty, still meet death magnificently, even while doomed by law and feud. In this, the outlaw becomes almost a mortal counterpart to the doomed gods, excluded, knowing enough, yet refusing surrender of self. Grettir is one of the finest examples of this mood. He is strong, difficult, gifted, unlucky, often isolated, and pursued by a darkening fate that feels larger than any single bad decision. His story is full of the old northern themes: physical strength that cannot guarantee peace, haunting and revenants, social conflict, exile, and a mounting sense that the world is narrowing around him. He may be fierce and flawed, but he is unforgettable because he stands at the crossing of heroism and alienation. Many northern heroes are admirable. Grettir is something more modern feeling and more ancient at once. A great man made unbearable to the society around him and unable to live except in full intensity. The North has always understood the loneliness of such people. Ingjald's saga reveals another dimension of heroic memory, one less fantastical but just as mythically charged in emotional truth. Here, law, honor, family, foresight, and feud interlock with devastating precision. Ingjald himself is wise, thoughtful, and deeply respected, a man of counsel in a world increasingly governed by escalation. But wisdom does not rescue him from the consequences of the world he lives in. That may be one of the saddest and most northern truths of all. To see clearly is not to prevail. Njal's house burning, with all the grief and dignity attached to it, feels almost like a saga equivalent of Ragnarök in miniature. A center of order, intelligence, and kinship, consumed by the violent unraveling of social bonds around it. The scale is smaller than the doom of the gods, but the emotional structure is hauntingly similar. Egil Skallagrimsson offers yet another kind of greatness, one that binds poetry to violence in a way Odin himself would recognize. Egil is warrior, poet, lawman, killer, son, father, and one of the most psychologically vivid figures in medieval literature. In him, the northern world's reverence for language becomes inseparable from its reverence for force. He can compose devastating verse and perform devastating acts. He can mourn with unbearable intensity. He can preserve memory through poetry, even when life has torn nearly everything else from him. This union of the blade and the poem is one of the most distinctive features of the North. The hero is not complete without language, because reputation, sorrow, and defiance must all be spoken if they are to outlast the grave. Heroic legend also preserves encounters with the marvelous that show how porous the boundary between saga and folklore remains. Dragons appear. Curses cling to rings and swords. Dreams reveal what waking life cannot yet bear. The dead speak or return. Hidden knowledge alters outcomes. Prophecy enters royal halls. Swords are named, inherited, and almost person-like in significance. A weapon may carry not only steel, but destiny. A ship may feel like the extension of a family's whole standing in the world. Treasure may bear death within its shine. None of this feels extraneous. It is exactly what one would expect in a culture where the visible world has never been enough by itself to explain fortune or ruin. The heroic tradition is also where Scandinavian memory begins to shape real or semi-real rulers into legendary figures. Kings become larger than life. Founding figures gather marvels around them. Dynasties are backlit by divine ancestry or ominous signs. History becomes not false, but heightened, interpreted through the values that mattered most: courage, generosity, battle-worthiness, good fortune, beauty, tragic flaw, and manner of death. A ruler who dies poorly may shrink in memory. One who dies magnificently may be enlarged beyond fact. This is not deception in the cheap sense. It is a cultural decision about what deserves to endure. The heroic tradition selects not merely what happened, but what it meant. And that is perhaps the deepest reason saga memory matters in the whole story of Nordic folklore. It is the bridge between cosmic myth and local life. The gods teach the emotional grammar of the world: doom, courage, sacrifice, cunning, loss, and renewal. Folklore populates the land with hidden presences and practical fear. Heroic legend then shows what it looks like for human beings to live inside that world, bearing its logic in flesh and kinship and voice. A hero in the North is not simply someone strong. He is someone who reveals, through his life and death, the structure of existence as the culture understands it. That structure is severe. Beauty does not guarantee safety. Wisdom does not guarantee rescue. Strength does not guarantee peace. Wealth often corrupts. Memory wounds as much as it preserves. Honor can destroy as well as dignify. A family's love can be inseparable from its feud. Yet within that severity, there is also magnificence. Words matter. Deeds matter. The way one stands at the edge of ruin matters. The grief one carries and the reputation one leaves behind matter. This is why the heroic world of the North has remained so magnetic for centuries. It tells us that mortal life is brief, threatened, and often unjust, but still capable of astonishing intensity. The old gods did not disappear in a single clean instant. That is perhaps the truest way to begin the final part of this story, because the ending of Nordic folklore was never really an ending at all. It was a long fading, a reshaping, a survival by disguise, by memory, by caution, by poetry, by fireside telling, by the habits of a people who could change their religion faster than they could change the way they felt about the dark, the land, the dead, and the unseen. Officially, Scandinavia became Christian over time. Kings converted, churches rose, priests preached, laws changed, old cults were suppressed, redirected or abandoned. Public sacrifice diminished. Sacred groves lost their standing. The names of saints took the place of some older invocations. The cross appeared where once the hammer or the old signs had held greater force. But culture is not stone that can simply be lifted and replaced. It is more like water moving under ice. It keeps its course, even when the surface hardens into a new shape. So, the North entered the Christian centuries carrying more of its older imagination than the surface of history sometimes admits. A person might now pray to Christ and the saints, attend church, be buried under Christian forms, and yet still feel that some hills should not be disturbed. Some nights were not ordinary nights. Some dreams were more than dreams. Some places held presence. Some deaths were not clean. Some people knew things it was unwise to ask about too directly. The old gods themselves might retreat from worship, but the world they had once inhabited did not become empty. It remained charged, half-seen, morally alive, and resistant to complete explanation. That is one of the great legacies of Nordic folklore. It outlived its own religious centre by remaining diffused through the senses, through habit, and through fear. This is why Christian Scandinavia is not the graveyard of the old stories, but their second life. Once myth is no longer publicly believed in the same formal way, it does not always vanish. Sometimes it becomes narrative. Sometimes it becomes taboo. Sometimes it becomes entertainment with a warning hidden inside it. Sometimes it becomes folk tale, local tradition, proverb, place name, or unexplained custom. The gods themselves may shrink into figures of story or memory, but the hidden people remain in the hills. Trolls remain in the mountain dark. The dead remain capable of unease. Witchcraft becomes more frightening, not less, because it is now folded into Christian moral frameworks of sin, temptation, and devilry. The old magical landscape does not dissolve. It changes language. The Church, of course, did not merely tolerate this inheritance. At times, it confronted it, condemned it, tried to instruct people out of it, and recast its meanings. Sacred wells might be given Christian associations. Seasonal feasts might be adapted rather than erased. Dangerous spirits might be labelled demonic. Older ritual specialists might become suspect in sharper ways than before. Yet even this act of condemnation preserved the old world in another form. To preach against hidden beings is still to admit that people fear them. To regulate old customs is still to acknowledge their endurance. To rename a sacred day is still to preserve the emotional shape of the season it once held. A converted world does not begin from nothing. It inherits its own nerves. And so, folklore deepens. It deepens especially in rural life, where the land remains close and practical necessity keeps imagination tethered to place. In the north, modernization came unevenly and relatively late in many regions. For long stretches of time, communities remained intimate with darkness, weather, seasonal hardship, animal dependence, and isolation. Such conditions do not encourage a thin worldview. They encourage a dense one. The more a household depends on forces it cannot fully control, the more naturally those forces acquire story, etiquette, and personality. A storm can be meteorological and meaningful at once. A hidden being can be absurd in one retelling and deadly serious in another. A field can be simply a field, and also a place one does not cross carelessly after sundown. Folklore survives best where life still feels porous. This is why later, Scandinavian folk tradition is so full of beings and anxieties that feel at once old and newly adapted. The Huldufolk continue in Icelandic tradition with extraordinary tenacity. Not because a modern person literally confuses every stone for a doorway, but because the cultural habit of granting landscape a second depth remain powerful. In Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, and the Faroe world in different ways, tales of trolls, hidden folk, water beings, mound haunters, household spirits, omens, and dangerous practitioners endured because they still answered something real in human life. Not necessarily a doctrinal need, something deeper and less formal than doctrine, a need to feel that the world had texture beyond what could be measured. Even household folklore reflects this survival. The farm is not just a place of work, it is a negotiated space. One treats fire carefully, thresholds carefully, the dead carefully, milk and livestock carefully, because these are all points where blessing and danger can touch ordinary life. Folk customs around Christmas and Yule, around harvest, around death, around childbirth, around the naming of children, around healing, all carry layers. Some of those layers are Christian, some are local. Some likely carry the faint afterglow of much older structures of protection and transition. A culture that once thought deeply about luck does not stop caring about it just because theology changes. It gives luck new language, but often keeps the old nervous system beneath it. And memory itself becomes one of the great preservers. Iceland, in particular, played a remarkable role in keeping the old northern world alive in written form. By the time many of the great mythic and heroic texts were recorded, Iceland was already Christian. That fact is extraordinarily important. It means that much of what we know of Norse myth comes to us not from a pagan society writing itself down at the height of its confidence, but from a converted society looking back, preserving, shaping, sometimes explaining, and perhaps in some cases softening or organizing inherited material. That distance changes things, yet it also saves them. Without the medieval Icelandic tradition, much of the mythic North would be lost to us. The poetic Edda, the prose Edda, the sagas, skaldic verse embedded in prose narratives, genealogies, legendary material, all of this becomes a kind of memory vault. The old gods survive because later generations, no longer worshipping them in the old way, still found them too important, too beautiful, too culturally central, or too intellectually compelling to forget. That paradox runs through the whole final chapter. Christianity did not merely replace the old religion. In some ways, it created the conditions under which the old religion could become literature. Once the myths were no longer dangerous in the same immediate cultic sense, they could be collected, retold, analysed, and framed. Snorri Sturluson, whatever his exact intentions and limitations, becomes one of the great preservers of the mythic world precisely because he wants to explain poetic language and inherited tradition. The old stories become keys to old verse, and thus worth saving. The pagan world enters the library without entirely losing its soul. That is one of history's strangest acts of mercy. From there, the long afterlife begins. Centuries pass. Folklore continues in the countryside. Ballads are sung. Tales are told. Learned antiquarians become curious. Romantic nationalism awakens in Europe. Suddenly, the old northern past is not merely an inheritance inside living rural tradition. It is a treasure to be rediscovered, collected, and celebrated. In the 18th and especially 19th centuries, scholars, collectors, poets, artists, and nation builders begin turning back toward medieval Scandinavia with new intensity. The Eddas are edited and translated. Sagas are printed and studied. Folktales are gathered from oral tellers before they vanish. Mountains, trolls, Vikings, ancient kings, and forgotten songs become part of the cultural work of imagining national identity. What had survived in hidden continuity now also returns in self-conscious revival. This revival is not neutral. It transforms what it loves. Romantic Europe often preferred grandeur, purity, and symbolic value over messy lived complexity. The Norse past could be idealized, polished, or bent into political meaning. Vikings became national ancestors of a usable kind. Heroism was emphasized. Old freedom was praised. Rugged landscapes were tied to rugged character. Folklore became not only a body of tales, but a source of identity. In this process, much was preserved, but much was also simplified. The dangerous ambiguity of the old world could become picturesque. The rough spiritual density of peasant belief could be converted into art, opera, painting, and patriotic feeling. Trolls entered illustration. Valkyries entered high culture. Odin entered philosophy and poetry. The North became a mirror in which modern Europe looked for lost authenticity. Then came the 20th century, and with it both expansion and distortion on a far greater scale. Modern literature, fantasy, comics, film, games, and popular culture carried Norse myth and Nordic folklore farther than any medieval skald could have imagined. Odin, Thor, Loki, Ragnarök, the World Tree, runes, Valkyries, dwarfs, elves, trolls, berserkers, and hidden folk all entered global imagination in one form or another. Some of this brought genuine renewed attention to the old material. Some of it flattened the traditions into a toolkit of familiar images. The trickster, the thunder god, the apocalypse, the dragon slayer, the beautiful elf, the comic troll. Popularity preserved the names, but often at the cost of strangeness. The Old North became recognizable everywhere, but not always recognizable to itself. This would matter less if distortion were merely harmless entertainment, but the afterlife of Nordic folklore has also had darker chapters. Modern nationalism and racial ideology, especially in parts of the 19th and 20th centuries, sometimes appropriated Norse and Germanic myth for exclusionary, supremacist, or mythic political ends. Symbols were extracted from their historical contexts and turned into emblems of purity, destiny, or imagined ancestral superiority. This was a profound violation of the old material, which was never a clean doctrine of race, and never belonged to modern ideological fantasies of biological destiny. The North's myths are full of mixture, doom, compromise, wisdom brought through suffering, interwoven lineages, and a cosmos far too morally complex to support such crude modern uses. Yet misuse happened and continues in some corners. Any full ending to this story must admit that the afterlife of folklore includes not only beauty and revival, but theft and corruption. And still, the old stories endure beyond their distortions. They endure because they answer something elemental. They speak to people living in very different ages because they do not offer childish comfort. They know that the world is unstable. They know that beauty can be brief. They know that strength does not save everything, that wisdom comes at a cost, that grief changes the structure of a life, that names and memory matter, that the dead are not easily dismissed from the heart, that landscapes shape imagination, that endings can be terrible, and still not be final in the deepest sense. These are not merely Viking concerns, they are human concerns. The North expresses them with unusual sharpness, but the recognition travels well. That is why modern readers and listeners still return to these tales, even when they know little of medieval Iceland or pre-Christian Scandinavia. Something in the myths and folklore still feels honest. Odin still feels like the image of costly knowing. Thor still feels like necessary strength in a threatened world. Baldr still feels like unbearable innocence lost too soon. Ragnarök still feels like the form catastrophe takes when everyone already knew it was coming. The hidden folk still feel like the memory that the world has depths no map can exhaust. The Draga still feels like grief that has become too heavy and will not leave the house. The sagas still feel like the truth that human beings can destroy each other through honor as easily as through greed. The stories survive because they continue to describe us, and perhaps nowhere is that survival more moving than in the simplest act of retelling. A person today, far from the world of longhouses and pagan feasts, may still sit in the quiet and listen to these stories before sleep. The context has changed almost beyond recognition. Electricity burns where whale oil once burned. Roads cross the dark where only paths once lay. The old gods are no longer publicly invoked as the living powers of the land, yet the emotional act remains strangely similar. Darkness gathers. The day falls away. A voice speaks of old winters, old warnings, old heroes, old losses. The listener feels that peculiar northern combination of comfort and unease. The world is larger than the room. The unseen is close again. Memory walks back into the present. That may be the final secret of Nordic folklore. It never really belonged only to a past. It belonged to a way of feeling time itself. A way in which the old is never entirely gone, only buried shallowly beneath the new. A way in which the land keeps older names under the current ones. A way in which stories do not merely preserve information, but preserve atmosphere. You can convert a kingdom, codify its laws, pave its roads, print its books, and digitize its archives, and still the old hill at dusk may feel occupied. Still the winter dark may feel inhabited by more than weather. Still the story of the god who knew the end and walked toward it anyway may feel like wisdom. And so the whole story comes back to where it began, to a world shaped by tension, frost and fire, light and dark, order and chaos, memory and forgetting, loss and return. The Norse imagination never promised escape from these things. It promised only that they could be faced, named, and carried in stories strong enough to outlast the world that first spoke them. The gods rose and fell. The hidden folk withdrew and survived. The heroes won fame and died. The church came. The old rites faded. The stories entered books. The books entered nations. The nations entered modernity. And still, through every change, the old northern voice continued speaking in one form or another. Stern, beautiful, haunted, and unafraid to tell you that even the brightest hall is built against darkness. That is the whole long arc of Nordic folklore. Not one single tale, but a great woven memory of how the North imagined existence. A memory of gods who could not escape fate, of land that was never spiritually empty, of hidden neighbors and dangerous dead, of courage measured not by success but by endurance, of grief that moved through generations, of beauty that could wound, of endings that did not always end everything, and of a people who looked at winter, sea, mountain, death, and silence, and answered not with denial, but with story. And perhaps that is why these tales still belong to the night so naturally. Because they were born in a world where night was long, and where people survived it by giving its darkness names. And now, as the last of these old northern stories fades into silence, let the world grow still around you. We have wandered through the first frost and fire, through the birth of gods and the shaping of the world, through halls of gold and prophecy, through grief, ruin, monsters, hidden beings, restless dead, heroes, and the long memory of a people who refuse to look away from darkness. And if there is one thing these stories leave behind, it is this: that even in a world shadowed by loss, there is still meaning in endurance, still beauty in memory, and still something deeply human in the act of carrying old stories through the night. So wherever you are listening from tonight, as sleep draws nearer and the edges of the world grow soft, let the Old North drift gently away. Let the mountains sink back into mist. Let the fires in the longhouse burn low. Let the sea go quiet under the dark. And let the voices of gods and storytellers fade into the distance. Thank you for being here with me, and for sharing this journey into the haunting world of Nordic folklore. Rest well, and I'll see you in the next story.